Welcome back, Dungeoneers. It's Sunday afternoon, and that can only mean one thing. It's time to play Dungeons & Dragons. You're watching Dice & Dungeons, and I'm here at the table with...
I am David Wong. I play Nines, the Tabaxi Bard.
I'm Nicole Bates. I play Xoria, the Changeling Druid.
And I'm Greg. I'm playing ulseth Ralph, the Furbog Fighter.
And of course, I'm Alexis Bates, your trusty dungeon mistress. This week, we only have one sponsor to talk about, which is our continuing sponsor, Geekified. Geekified is a tabletop gaming store out of Vinton, Iowa that meets all of your tabletop role-playing game needs. They take online orders and ship directly to your home, so perhaps you're looking for some cool new miniatures, or maybe some new supplements to pick up. They still have a few alternate art covers for Tyranny of Dragons and Saltmarsh, but unfortunately they did run out of the Ravenloft, which is unfortunate, but for everyone who did get one, it's awesome. So, next time you need to pick something up, head on over there and use our link, geekified.us/discount/dice and dungeons. That link will be posted in our chat in Twitch and on the YouTube descriptions for our VODs later. Using that link will get you 5% off your first order, and buying things through the link helps support the show. So it's a great way to entertain yourself, brighten a friend's day, maybe think ahead for Christmas. You know, no one's going to do that last one. Thank you again to Geekified for your support, and thank you to anyone who purchases something through that show and supports us. We really appreciate it. I think that's the only announcement we have this week. Am I right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Although there is one exciting piece of Dungeons & Dragons news. They just announced new Magic the Gathering crossover.
Strixhaven.
Exactly, the new Strixhaven set. Do you know when that's coming out?
I don't know. It was just announced, so. But soon.
Yeah, I haven't seen pre-orders for it up anywhere. As soon as there are pre-orders up for it on Geekified, I will be telling everyone about it, assuming that I actually see it.
November 16th.
November 16th?
Yep.
Excellent.
That
Strixhaven...
one can be a Christmas present.
That actually could be a Christmas present.
You can panic buy it on December 15th.
Exactly. Yeah, if it's anything like what you saw in Magic the Gathering set, it should be pretty cool. You know, magic school.
Yeah. Hard to go wrong.
Yeah,
Wither Bloom's the best.
I think. Sure. I don't know that much about MTG.
Green black.
So, with that, Dungeoneers, let's roll. Last time, on Dice & Dungeons, when our heroes returned to Otto Hartfeld's business, they found that it had been broken into. They pieced together what few clues they could find, including some left by Otto himself, and followed them through the city, trying to piece together what Otto had found out and if that information had bought him some new enemies. They learned of an old family, nearly wiped out in a plague 30 years ago, and the young boy that survived, only to run away. The group let the story take them to the very edge of the city and then out along the southern shores of Lake Stumgren, heading toward a long-abandoned home they believed to be the hideout of their old rival, Coromanth. And on the southern edge of that great lake is where we rejoin our heroes.
This is quite a great lake, don't you think?
It's all right. We had
Let's
some
see why they talk about it all the time. And why we talk about it all the time.
Yes, that is why, because it is so great. Here
mean-
on the southern shore, as we proceed west toward what we believe might be the hideout of Coromanth.
We're acting on very loose information.
I would say very little loose information.
Yes. But
Is this where the security guy told us to go again?
you mean the Home Depot that we went to?
Yes, the people at the lock shop were most helpful in telling us to
We were
go. Go.
We were just very panicked about, Otto's condition, so we weren't thinking straight.
Sure.
Luckily, they were able to railroad us into right direction.
Yes, telling us to leave quickly. Go. And so we did. Now heading west. Along
Which
the
we are
shore.
currently doing
Yes, along the
as
shore.
we speak.
We're walking along the
That,
south
ladies
shore.
and gentlemen, is what to call a player recap.
We're walking along the south shore of this great lake, heading west toward what we believe to be the encampment of Coromanth.
So you're down around the Indiana border, huh? Near Gary?
Yes, patron Saint Gary lives around here.
Said you're walking along
Based
the
on the
southern
flavor
border.
of this lake, it's more eerie.
I mean, it is. As far as Great Lakes go, it is a little bit more eerie-ish. There's more minerals in it.
Well, that,
Are you guys done?
yeah. Are we there yet?
You know that this house is, a few miles outside the city. And you trek along the shore, eventually brings you to, not even eventually, actually fairly quickly. This is maybe a quarter mile outside of the outermost city edge. The line of trees that borders, well, everything in this city, including the lake, is growing much thicker here. This is still wild territory. This is not capped and not really roamed about by people. So you're in a much more wooded setting fairly quickly, and the going gets a little bit tougher.
This is way more comfortable. A lot more like home.
Yes, it is. We know not to try to be stealthy in the woods.
I can actually be kind of stealthy now.
Oh, you can. Yes, you can turn into a stealthy animal.
Yeah, I can turn into like a fox or a cat.
I miss my chair in the hotel room.
We continue. Is it easier walking along the shore of the lake, or do we need to tramp through the woods?
It is definitely easier walking along the shore.
Okay.
I mean, it's sandy.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's
it's
walk along the
coarse.
shore.
Gets everywhere.
I hate it.
Ulseth loves it, though. This course and it gets everywhere.
This is so dumb. We're just gonna stop there.
No, we're not.
Yeah.
We continue walking west along the shore of the lake.
I want you all to make a perception check.
Not great.
And
I got a 9.
Oh, I got an 8. Ha.
10.
Did you really do 8, 9, 10?
Yes, I rolled a 3.
I
Well.
rolled a 5.
That's nice. Nicely done, everyone. Way to be numerical.
It is.
So, as
My whole
you
life is numerical.
make your way down the beach a little ways, and you just barely made this one, you notice off in the distance just a little glint up about 12 feet or so from the ground, from behind the tree line. As the lake starts to kind of curve gently. The lake is fairly circular, and as it starts to curve and you can look across, you're seeing a bit across the water through the trees. There's a little glint up in the tree line, about 12 feet, and you start to piece together that there's straight lines through there, and it looks like there's a home.
There's a glint and a home through the woods. It's about 12 feet up.
Yes, we can all see that clearly.
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. I was just making
It's
sure.
on
Anyone-
great rolls.
Would you like to? Are you sneaky? Can you?
Do you want me to scout it out?
scout it out, please?
How far away was it from, like, distance-wise?
You and Xoria, you're the only one who like noticed this. You just barely managed
I
to
just
see this.
barely noticed this. That's why I told you guys about
Well, it's a
it.
good thing you told us because we did not see it.
We're too busy looking at the lake.
It's a nice lake.
It's a very nice
It
lake.
is a great lake.
It's a little eerie.
No one's gonna
I
get
think
that
it's
joke
probably
unless they
as
watched
this-
episode 1. And not Star Wars. So
So now that we're done talking about a superior lake,
Jesus. Could the show get dumber? Yes is the answer.
It's gonna get dumber from here on out.
I was waiting for that. Thank you,
Michigan.
Michigan.
Ontario.
I quit. Bye, everybody. Yeah.
You hit the credit button. Nice.
I have that power. The joke lands better when you actually start rolling credits. And I have that power. And if
Someone would
because
consider it unnatural.
if there's anyone watching, you know, I'd be happy to talk about what technology I use if there was a sponsorship from a certain company that makes a lot of peripherals for streamers that starts with an E and ends with a Gatto. If you wanted to sponsor us, I'd be happy to talk about how much I like your stuff. Hint, hint.
But you were telling us what Xoria could see that we can't across the lake.
I was trying to. Then we got dumb. And I include myself in
I
that.
really just asked how far away it was.
And we're all kind of punchy today, apparently. So it's about, I'd say a quarter mile away.
Oh, well, we can tramp silently along the sandy shore here.
Let's get about 500
Sure.
feet away, and I will scout it out.
Yes.
Okay.
So we
Yes,
walk.
to that specific number.
That's how far we're going to walk along the
That far,
sandy shore
exactly.
until we're
right.
that far away from the Glinty house.
You go a few hundred feet more down, and then you hit the mark of distance you're looking for. You're now about 500 feet away.
Now that we're about 500 feet away, I am going to turn into
Into
a fox.
Ah.
I have great
Nines
stats
and I
for
will
this.
wait here on the sandy shore, looking over the waters of the Great Lake while you reconnoiter the Glinty house.
Sounds good. Just be careful of lake monsters.
So you use wild shape and shift into a fox now.
Yes, I am a fox.
Okay.
Now paranoid, I am perceiving the lake to see if there's any lake monsters.
All right.
I don't believe in lake monsters. So
do
I'm
you
not gonna-
wanna-
I got
like-
a 9.
You got a 9 on your.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Sure,
just roll
you
a
see.
second 4.
You see
It's,
what could be a boat, but it might be Sturmgrimmy, the the Sturmgrim monster.
Sturmgrimmy.
Sorry.
We're never ever going to get to the Glinty house.
Oh, I've
We-
already left.
We are a very punchy group today. So now a fox. What do you say?
Ring ding 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 ding.
It's not gonna stop, folks. It just isn't. That's the tenor of the show today.
Yeah,
We're
we're
really aging. our
probably
podcast.
going to fight the big
We are-
boss today.
But demographic's going to go all the way up to 12 for this episode.
No, that
I
not even close to the demographic that would get that joke.
No.
I am
No, that's pretty young.
stealthing towards the house. Is this day night or night day?
By the time you guys reached here, there was still a little bit of moonlight left,
Okay.
but
So it's
the
close to
sun will
dawn
start coming up
in a few
in-
hours.
in a couple hours.
It's very dark then.
Well, I have 60-foot dark vision as a fox,
Yeah, you do.
so, which is awesome. Yeah, so I'm going to just stealth over. I have keen hearing, so I'm going to be listening out for things. For people, probably, mostly. See, and just get a scope of what this manor is like.
Okay. You go a few hundred feet further, and I want you to make a stealth check. Roll with advantage.
I have advantage because people aren't.
Not only are you
foxes.
quite good at stealthing, but you are a fox. So
17 and
You know what
18.
they say.
23.
23?
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't say it.
Should I do an actual fox noise, or would that destroy our microphone?
That would destroy the microphones. If you want to know what a fox
Do it.
sounds like, kids,
It sounds like a
go to
banshee
YouTube.
releasing the souls of hell.
go to YouTube, look up Fox Scream, and then turn your speakers as loud as they'll go. They're very quiet. So, as you're about 300 or so feet away, you start to approach a little light. It's pretty low, but it draws your attention. And as you're scouting out, you see that there's a small camp. Very small. Single tent. There's a little fire. And the fire is, slightly more than embers. There's a low firelight from it. And there's just one person. Seems to be a dwarf tending the fire.
And how far away from the house was this?
You are, from this scene, about 50 feet now, and they're about 250-ish so feet. So there's a ways away from the house. The house is visible from where you are through some fairly thick foliage, but it is visible. And this person seems to be just camping out here.
Is he like armed?
He has two of them.
He does look
Like
armed.
some people we know.
He's got a sword, and what looks like wouldn't really qualify as a dagger per se, but a knife on the belt, and it's a short sword. And you see what's clearly like a woodcutter's axe leaning up against a tree, and there's a little cook pot that you've seen has been, as you pay more attention, it's a little off to the side by the tent, moved off the fire now. So he's armed, but he doesn't appear to be, like a highwayman, for example.
I'm going to just do a quick survey around the camp, keeping an ear out for any other movement or people.
So you're going to start circling around?
Yeah, outside the firelight.
Okay. So you start your circle, southward around this house, keeping, I'm guessing, at the perimeter.
Yeah, within the forest
Yeah.
and bushes and whatnot.
Okay. Make another stealth check with advantage for me as you're moving around.
23 again.
All right. You go another few hundred feet through the woods, and set about the same distance away from the house, maybe a little bit further, come across a similar scene. They're individual. This time looks to be human. Sitting by a low fire. There's a woodcutter's axe. Got a simple knife and a short sword at his belt. This gentleman is cooking some food. He's got a cook pot over and seems to be making some sort of stew.
It's like sentries or something in disguise. All right, I'll head back to the group.
Do you want to complete your circle, or are you stopping there?
I'll keep circling.
Okay.
If I have time, yeah. I guess so.
It's up to you.
Yeah.
How long do you want to take trying to circle? Because you've made it.
We should get a full view of what we're getting into.
All right. To give you some perspective where that first little camp was, if you think of this house that you can see, and it's a fairly long house, It is about a 150-ish feet in length, and its main facing is east-west, with the ends of the house facing north-south. It's not quite as wide as it is long, only measuring about 40 feet or so. And where you found the first camp, if you drew sort of a diagonal from the house center down towards the southeast, it's in that area. This one, same sort of thing, diagonal line from the center, in the southwest-ish region. And now you're kind of making your way back up and around. And you're arcing up towards the northwest part. Now this is nearer to the lake. And when you get to this point, you see, another individual camping out. The site is a little different this time. It has, a tent and a little fire, but there's also a small, calling it a dock would be generous. It's basically some logs that have been loosely laid on top of each other out into the water, just to create a little, almost jetty out into the water. And this guy's sitting at the end of it, fishing line. Seems to be similar. Doesn't have the short sword on him. It's sitting off to the side. Got his knife, but he's, fishing, and there's a slightly larger fire than the other two.
Does he have some fish caught?
Not that you see.
What do I smell any fish caught?
You actually probably would be able to smell that. It smells like there's maybe a fish cooking over the fire inside of a cook pot. Yeah, you get a little bit of whiff of a kind of fishy odor.
Inside the pot. Is there a lid on it?
Yeah, there's like a loose lid on it. Yeah. Why?
Just thinking of stealing it as a fox.
Oh, okay, sure. The lid is not fully on. It's open a little bit to vent so it doesn't like bubble up and over and everything.
I'm gonna steal the fish. Sneak
That's
into.
a great plan.
He's fishing off the little jetty, right?
Yeah,
So
he
he's
is.
facing away.
He's facing away.
I'm gonna sneak up. And when I get close enough, I'm gonna just knock over the pot, grab the fish, and run for it.
Okay. Go ahead and using your fox stats, why don't you make a strength check?
That's horrible.
You are trying to knock over cast iron cook pot strung over a fire.
Well, I rolled a nat 1, but don't worry. I have a -4 modifier.
It's sturdier than it was before.
How I'm going to narrate this happening is to say
You fail.
you get up there, and this is, if I'm not mistaken, your first time being a fox, right?
I mean,
I don't think you've transformed into a fox before.
outside of in my mind, yeah.
I know you've been a dog,
Yeah.
a cat.
A wolf
Yes, you were a wolf. Excuse me.
and a duck.
Yeah. Oh, yes, you were both.
Yep.
So I think this is the first time as a fox.
Yeah.
Not quite yet familiar with fox strength. You sort of go up to one of the two stakes that's in the ground, like the kind of heavy iron stakes that are holding up the crossbar that the pot hangs from. And you try to push it, and you just you think it's going to be easier than it is, and you throw your little fox body into it, and you just sort of bounce off of it and don't budge it.
I'm gonna run away.
Okay.
If first you don't succeed, run away.
Make a stealth check.
Just a regular one.
Just a regular one.
17.
You managed to not make that significant of a noise when you tried to body slam the iron stake in the ground. So you're okay. It looks like he didn't even notice that you were there.
I'll get you next time, Iron Steak.
Iron? Oh, iron steak. Okay, I thought you were talking about food for a minute.
No. Alright, I'm gonna finish my route and then head back.
All right. You make it back to the group okay? I'm not going to make you roll a stealth check on these because
There wasn't another camp or anything.
No, when you reached that guy, that was... You'd made like a complete arc because the house sits not like right on the shoreline,
Bit close.
but only, 20 yards back from it.
How long has that been?
You probably spent about 30 minutes doing that.
So I still have 30 minutes of being a fox. Good.
Yeah.
We were just starting to be bored.
Yes, even though lake is great, it is kind of boring.
You have a marvelously bushy tail. Did you find anything that would be of value to us?
Can she actually talk when she's animal form?
No. No, she can't. She can't.
I can shake my head no.
She can understand you.
I can understand both of you, yeah.
Do you believe that you found the whole Schnitzer's house?
If I cast speak with animal, can I actually have a normal conversation?
Yes.
If you cast it, yes, you could have a normal
I will
conversation.
drop the fox form because I don't need you wasting your spell slots on stupid
I
things.
wasn't gonna waste it on that. I just want to know if I can.
Yeah.
Yep, you could.
Yes. And he as a furbo can talk to anyone who's been polymorphed into animals.
Yeah, but I can't understand them.
No, but you could.
I can talk to
But I'm a druid, so it's a little different than that.
So are you like Elf Xoria? Are you Xoria?
Ooh,
Or
who
are
should
you
I be
Maggie
for this?
Xoria? Coromanth?
Should I mess with Coromanth? I'll turn into Elaine.
Okay. Interesting approach.
From the,
Yeah.
Elaine Baumschützen.
Yep.
Okay. You take the form of Elaine, wearing Maggie's clothes.
Maybe I should change into my suit. I'll just put on leather armor.
Okay.
Because we might actually be fighting.
So what did you see?
What did your fox eye see?
I saw there's 2 camps to the south with just a single person at each. I think they're sentries, but they're disguised to look like foresters really badly. And then there was one camp on the north side that was on the lake. And I think they're sentry points.
And
They're about 50 feet out from the house.
And do you think this is the house which we are seeking?
Oh, probably. I don't know. It's definitely a house. Did I see any signs of it being occupied when I was running around it?
No. You were a little too far away to get a very good look at it.
But I didn't see lights in the windows.
You didn't notice any lights in the windows, no.
So are we going to kill these sentries? Not lethally, of course.
Of course.
We could, yeah. We could go super safe and take them out one by one. We could just take one out and try and sneak in. Sneaking is our specialty.
Oh, yes. Well, we definitely must search this house. It may be the thing we are seeking.
Next time we're drowning in magic, you should ask if they have anything to help you sneak.
My stealth is really not too bad in theory. It is just in the practice of it that I have failed.
Well, The light, I didn't see any lights in the house, but, that might be part of the cover.
So we need to go through 2 of these sentry posts in order to get to the house.
I think we could get through just one if we just hit the southeastern one. But if we leave all of them up, they could come as reinforcements if some alarm goes off.
I think it would be best. Nines, do you agree that we should neutralize these sentries before proceeding to the house?
Yes, non-lethally.
Of course.
Non-lethally.
Yes, I have much rope now.
But yeah, we can just knock them out, tie them up, and leave them at their camp so that they can't do
And use
anything.
them for bait to catch the monsters in the lake.
We do that afterwards, yes, I agree.
Yeah, I want to get photo evidence of Storm Grimmy, whatever photos are.
You could draw a sketch.
I could draw a picture. People would have to believe me if it was if I had a drawn picture of a monster.
Yes. Why would they doubt it if you had a drawn picture?
I
You can't just rely on paper.
Nobody
That'd be
draws
illegal.
anything that they do not see.
Dragons exist. There must be a lake monster.
Let us go on to the first sentry.
All right.
Shall we try to sneak up on them, even though it is likely not to work?
I could. I'm going to turn into the second sentry I saw. The human.
Okay. Fairly generic-looking human man.
I could. This was one of the sentries, but not the one we're going to first. I could do something to distract him while you come up from behind.
And non-lethally bop him on the
And
head.
non-lethally, yes, bunny foo-foo style.
Yes. Let us try that.
Sure.
All right.
Do you wish, Nines, do you wish to say execute?
Execute. Non-lethally.
I feel like you should both sneak up and bop him on the head.
Yes, we will both do that.
He's the one that can turn invisible.
I can do that once. I will save it for the second sentry.
All right.
Yes, he'd be concerned when the same him comes up to him later.
They will be very confused.
I can just turn it. Okay.
Execute.
I give you guidance as we get close, and then I go forward.
All right.
And I follow behind at a non-respectful
From which direction are you approaching?
I'm approaching from the southwest direction.
You're approaching him from the southwest direction.
We're going to the southeastern one.
Yep.
And I'm approaching him from the western direction.
Okay.
From the direction of the southwestern camp.
So you're taking the time to move around.
I am, but I'm letting them stay on the east side so that when he's facing me
Okay.
being distracted, they can...
All right. I want you to make a stealth check. Since you are, trying to not be noticed until the opportune time, correct?
Yeah. Do I get to use this guy's stealth because mine is horrible?
You do not.
Hey, I rolled a 17, so 18.
There you go. You do just fine. Having previously made your way through the woods, albeit quite a bit shorter and more soft-footed, you kept a decent idea of where the good pathway is to make your way through unnoticed.
I wonder if there's soft
And you're now
feet
on the
in
other
these woods.
side. You're now on the other side of the first sentry, and doesn't look like he's noticed you.
Alright. I should have a plan. So I don't. So I go forward.
All right. You step a few feet forward, not bothering to stealth this time.
And I announce my presence. I'm like, hey.
Hey.
I want you to roll a D100 since you have never heard this guy speak.
Well, all humans sound the same anyway.
As far as I'm aware, that's true. 18.
All right.
I don't know if that's good or bad.
How close were we, Ulseth?
The first guy, the dwarf sitting by the fire, looks up.
We keep moving
Hey, how's it
toward
going?
the camp. Now that we see him looking up, we'll start moving toward the camp.
Just checking in. And I'm gonna just try and engage in a conversation to distract, basically.
So
Having
how's
figured
that
over her.
sports ball?
Quiet.
I think I heard something large over in my camp. Near my camp.
Something large.
Yeah, like a bear or something.
Coromanth didn't say anything about bears in the woods.
Can we hear that conversation?
Nah, it depends. Are you guys stealthing towards this
Yes.
conversation?
Yes.
All right.
We're definitely
Then I need both of you to
stealthing
make
closer and
a
closer.
stealth check. You know what? I'll say because he's distracted, you can roll with advantage.
And I had thrown guidance at you. I don't know if it's still valid at this point.
It is. It
has
hasn't
to
been
be.
10 minutes.
It's 1 minute.
Oh, is it 1 minute? You know, I'll just let you have it.
It doesn't matter. Nat 20.
I thought it was 10.
Ooh.
Wow.
Ooh.
So,
Plus 2, 22.
It's not just a theory anymore.
No.
in practice,
I got a 21.
Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky.
you guys are, as ghosts on the wind, moving towards him. He doesn't.
And did we
suspect
hear
a
that? Yeah, but did we hear that conversation?
It's a little
Up to that point?
distant, but the closer you get, the more you make out. By the time that,
Did we hear him say Coromanth?
by the time you get to that part of the conversation, that's one of the first things you've kind of heard clearly. Everything was kind of making it out, and a little out of focus. You were a ways away, and that at that point, when he started saying Coromanth, he was just getting into focus for you to hear him.
And
Yes,
I turn to Nines and go,
Yeah, I think it was some sort of bear, but it looked weird. I think it had a beak.
Picking a bear? What is that?
Oh, like a sort of like a bird bear.
Bear. You fucking been drinking again?
Yeah, so
Yeah, jeez. You know you don't want any of us drinking out here, don't you?
have you been drinking?
Of course I've been drinking. I'm a dwarf. I'm not drinking, seems to be wrong.
And I'm a regular human person. I drink too.
About how close are we at this point?
yes, are we within
You
bopping
can be
distance?
as close as you want to be now.
I want to
and
be in
when-
bopping distance. Do you want to bop first, or should I bop first?
No, I'm gonna be dumb. Now that I'm 15 feet away, I want to cast Minor Illusion past them, back where Xoria came from, and whatever I think a bear bird sounds like. Like,
I think it was Bird Bear.
Ah, hell, it's a bird bear!
You do that. And it's you are able to conjure whatever it is you're going for here. And it gets his attention.
I jump on him all scared like and grab onto him and try and accidentally knock him over.
All right. Make an athletics check.
And I go, ah, hell, it's that bird bear! As I do it.
Right?
That would be a 5.
Okay. You jump up at him, and
I'm mostly just like hugging him now.
he's kind of caught you, and it's
Which
sort of
is-
holding you.
And it's a dwarf, right? And I'm
Yeah.
human.
Yeah, it's
Oh, I didn't mean to like jump up into his arms.
You have to jump down into
what you
his
rolled.
arms.
I mean, you tried to stumble into him, and he didn't want to fall over. So what ended up happening is that he kind of caught you as you were sort of falling on him, and now he's just sort of supporting you. And he's, about a foot and a half, maybe 2 feet shorter than you. So it's sort of an awkward dynamic at the moment.
I use this opportunity to
Ulseth.
raise
Ulseth, I
Katira.
think we should see where this goes.
You know, your eyes are beautiful in the firelight.
I raise Katiralar. I raise Katiralar and bring it forcefully down upon his head in a non-lethal fashion.
How do you want to? Are you using like the broad edge of the sword? Or
No,
using
like the hilt.
The hilt? Okay.
Pommel. Sorry.
The pommel, yeah. I'm using the
got it.
pommel of Katiralar.
Roll an attack. Yeah, and you may roll with advantage.
Yes, it's a surprise.
Well, that's a 19. And that is also a 19.
Double 19s.
Go ahead and roll for non-lethal
This
damage.
should be totally worthless.
It might be.
Yes, of course. 5 non-lethal damage.
All right.
But as I do that, I quickly also raise Alashalar and bring the handle, the pommel, not the pommel, but the grip of that also down on his head in a non-lethal fashion.
Yeah, since this is a surprise round, and you've hit him now, I want everyone to roll initiative.
Oh, God. Well, I had one good roll. 4.
All right, you have 4.
3.
We're off to a good start.
Okay, I have 22.
All right.
22.
How do you get that? What? How do you get above a 5?
So for the surprise round, you can still have your second attack because you initiated this, and it caught him totally off guard.
Not with advantage anymore, though. Huh?
No, and I do need to set up combat, so give me just a moment. Well, I go do that. Okay, combat is set at the moment. And what was the result of your second attack?
13.
13. All right. That does hit, so go ahead and roll for damage.
13 hits.
Ooh, another one. 5 more.
What was your first
Non-lethal.
attack again?
5.
Yeah.
Both 5.
So that's 10 non-lethal bopping damage.
Okay. Nines, you go next. This is also a surprise round, so you will you'll be at the top of the initiative track after this, and then normal combat starts.
Oh god, the bird bear's behind you.
What in the hell? Get my...
I'm in his arms and I'm just clinging on to him.
Yeah. Understood. Nines, you can take an action. You have a surprise round here.
I never use my claws, so I'm gonna non-lethally smack him in the face. Because I
Alright.
don't have my weapon out. And that's gonna be a 20 to hit.
That does hit.
And that's gonna be 5 non-lethal damage.
There's a theme developing here. Okay. Yeah, he takes a couple of good bops on the head, and then really pretty painful claw attack to his back. He's not very well armored on the backside here, and you scrape your claws down his back, cutting up his shirt, and now he's bleeding out of some, fairly shallow but numerous cuts on his back. Because that was a surprise round, is there anything else you want to do before we enter normal initiative?
Not right now.
I do have a question.
Yeah.
Are we currently grappling each other? Technically.
You are currently technically grappling each other, yeah.
Okay.
If he attempts to move out of this, you will have the opportunity to make an opposed grapple check.
Which I'm super good at.
You are super good at. So did you say you wanted to do anything else, Nines?
Not for that
one's
turn.
All right. We are now in a normal initiative track, and Nines, you're up first.
I'm going to cast Vicious Mockery at him.
Okay.
Dwarf! You're not even that drunk! You suck!
Yeah. I'm trying to debate on whether to make him roll with disadvantage on that, because that would sting for him. I'm going to make him roll with disadvantage. It's a 14 wisdom save for yours, right?
Yep.
All right. He fails. Go ahead and roll for damage. Your insult has cut him to the quick.
Your claws didn't quite cut that deep, but your insult did.
He takes 3 psychic damage and disadvantage on his next attack roll.
All right.
And I'm just going to end my turn. I don't think we need to be inspired to knock him out.
Hopefully.
So it's now his turn, and he looks at you. He's pissed.
I'm just crying. Openly.
Get the hell off of me and do something, you little weeb! And he tries to like shove you out of his arms.
I will keep holding.
All right. He's gonna make a strength check here, and you can make an opposed one, but make it with disadvantage because you're like in his arms right now. All right.
Okay. Well, I rolled a nat 20 and a 3. So that is a total of 2.
You still managed to hang on to him.
Really? You rolled a 1?
Uh-huh.
And he has no bonuses.
These guys aren't particularly, shall we say, athletic.
Wow.
So my frail little noodle arm.
This guy rolled as bad as he possibly could,
Maybe use
and
that drunk.
he fails to get you off. So
suck.
instead of throwing you off, you both just sort of go tumbling down onto the ground now, as his attempt to push you off has thrown you off balance, both of you, and you fall over on the ground and are sort of rolling around. That will end his very pathetic turn, and ulseth, that brings you up.
My
So we're both prone now.
You are not. I'm not going to say that you're prone, since you could have some movement, and you're sort of rolling around and tussling. You're not incapacitated, basically. Is
Why are we doing this? We have to protect ourselves from bird hair.
It's your turn, ulseth.
Katiralar's pommel comes crashing down upon his feet.
Go ahead.
17.
That'll hit, yeah.
2 this time?
And for the record, I would have normally let you roll with advantage, but your compatriot is right there, adding an element of complexity.
11 non-diesel bopping damage.
Wow! I think that's the best I've ever seen you roll with Katiralar.
It is.
Wow. Well done. Anything else you want to do on your turn?
Well, yes. I'll bring my offhand to Lashalar. Also down, bopping him on the pate.
Very good. After you.
This guy has a lot of non-lethal health.
He does. 19.
You should have done lethal damage. That would make it
19
go fast.
hits. Go ahead and roll for damage.
5 more.
After a really hefty swing with the pommel, of Katiralar, where you give him a big bash on his head. You see some blood coming down from that one. And then a second, softer but still sturdy thud with a Lashalar. He goes limp and is now just sort of got his arms over the top of Xoria and just like, he's unconscious.
I really do not want to see where this goes.
I tried to push him off.
He's limp and totally, non-responsive right now. You can easily get out from under him.
Alright, you guys tie him up.
I use one of my 22-foot lengths of leftover
I'm going to
partially burned rope and tie him up.
I'm gonna check his head and just make sure he's not gonna suffer too bad of a concussion.
If it wasn't clear, that does take you out of combat. And after a moment or two, he rouses again. And that now restrained by your rope. And after you give him a little look over, you can see he's definitely going to be feeling this, but he'll be okay. He has a minor concussion, is what you're able to conclude.
Okay. Let's... So tie up his feet, hands,
And gag him.
gag him, and we'll put him in his tent.
Okay.
We're not going to question him?
No, before we gag him.
About what? Oh, like
About-
all the stuff that we need to know?
Yeah, about
that
all this
thing.
stuff.
I guess we could do that.
Sure.
I mean,
let's do
is there
some.
security? Is the guy we're looking for? Does he know if there's a turtle that's there?
Those are good
I'm
questions.
saying these all in front of...
These are very good questions, Nines. Why do not you ask our prisoner those questions?
Do I really have to repeat myself to you?
He's... You bound and gagged him, so he's not really able to respond at
I
the moment.
ungag him.
We gagify him.
All right.
He's ungagged.
What the hell are you?
Bird bears.
The
That's
fuck?
not his name of group.
Is it? Not a bad name. Better than Saltworthy.
It's much better.
It's definitely better than Saltworthy.
We'll think about it.
Excuse me, dwarf, we have questions.
Oh, gee, fuck off. What do you want?
Well, first off, is there turtle in that house?
I don't fucking know. They're bringing people in there all the time. How am I supposed to keep track of one turtle?
Because it's a turtle, they're not common.
I just told you. I don't watch every fucking person that walks in and out of the house.
Are there any camps other than the two beyond this one?
What do you mean camps?
These scouting posts. Watch posts.
Just the three of us. Coromanth doesn't pay me enough to give a fuck about this.
How much does he pay you?
Not much.
I check his pockets.
You find a single piece of silver in him.
Oh, you can keep it.
Thanks for your generosity.
You're welcome. I'll give him an extra.
Hey?
We could pay you much better than Coromanth if you would be of assistance to us.
But mine.
I think... Are your other watch post people amenable to being bought off?
Probably. Most of them don't give a fuck about what Coromanth is here for.
We'll give you 3 silver and a cup of mead.
Sound good to me. Yeah, what you need me to do?
Should we have him go into the next camp and tell them that they have a much better offer? They would just
Bring
come out to see us.
Bring your comrades here, your other camp watchers. Tell them that you got a better deal for them, and they can each have 3 silver and a cup of mead.
Alright. Is it good mead?
It's not bad.
Right?
It's no Tibble, but I guess.
Hey, what I ask? And by me. Looked around. Get a prize back here. That sound all good to you?
Yes.
Yes.
Before he runs off, can I do an insight check on him?
Yeah, I want to do that as well.
Okay, go ahead. Make an insight check.
Oh, let's all
I
check.
rolled a nat 1.
I rolled a math. 24.
9s, you just can't get a read on him.
3.
You think he's a nice guy. Yeah, same for you, Wilson.
As usual, I have no clue.
Can't get much of a read on him, but you think he seems like a nice guy. Xoria, you take a moment or two longer than your compatriots. I'll look him up and down. Get the sense that he's not trying to double cross you. Between the single silver in his pocket, his fairly amenable attitude after you already knocked him unconscious, and then tried to restrain him, the fact that he's willing to do this, you get the sense that he's probably going to cooperate.
Shall we take his arms? I mean, not his arms. His armaments. His weapons.
No, we can keep him.
I'll make him look suspicious anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, he definitely would not look suspicious bleeding from the head and the back. But there is a reason for the bleeding. He was
Yes,
attacked by a
the
bird bear.
attacked him.
Yes.
One last question.
Hey?
Have any of you ever seen a monster in the lake?
I haven't. Oh,
Okay.
wait.
Just a theory.
What theory?
Grimmy, the monster of the lake. Is it
They're
enough?
not a monster in a lake. And he kind of like looks over the lake, side eye, a little unsure that maybe there is.
We have dragons, giants, and other fantasy creatures like unicorns. Why not a monster plesiosaur in the lake?
Yeah, that's ridiculous. There ain't nothing in that lake but a bunch of minerals and fish. That's
Giant dinosaur fish.
all. He
Sturm.
Was that a wave we just saw, or was it
looks over Pam.
Sturm
just-
Grimmy? Anyway,
Quit putting ideas in my head.
Just don't go in swimming.
go get your compatriots. Don't say a word to anyone in the mansion, and you'll get your pay and not be killed.
Yes. Bring them back here. We will be waiting.
Right. He walks off.
I immediately turn into a fox and just stealth behind him and make sure he does what we asked him to.
Okay.
Are we gonna
He's-
bring up that you were his other compatriot this whole time?
But I assume, but Coromanth seems to know that I'm a changeling, so I assume they were briefed on me.
Could be. He's holding a bit of cloth to his head where it's bleeding, and you follow him. Do you want to try to be super stealthy, or
Yeah.
okay? Go ahead and roll a stealth check, and you can roll with advantage.
22.
All right. Per usual, you seem to be moving through the woods very deftly. No one seems to hear you. When he reaches his first compatriot, he briefly explains to him that a group of he calls you mercenaries came,
That's accurate.
knocked him out. He thinks is probably the group that's been after Coromanth. But he's fed up with Coromanth's low pay and sitting out in these miserable woods in this dump of a house, and he's gonna head out. And if he does the same, he can have 3 silver and a cup of mead. Just for walking off.
Does
other
he
guy
also
come-
ask if the weed is good or the meat is good?
The weed is fine.
You did not get that.
You didn't say that.
The mead is not something that he inquires about. He contemplates it for a moment, the second individual, and eventually says, all right, yeah, I'll do that. And then they both walk over and greet the third individual. Make another stealth check for me.
Your advantage still.
Yep.
15.
Even though you're a little bit less nimble than in previous attempts, you're kind of blending into more movement around the house now, and no one seems to be paying you much mind. When they get to the third individual, he's since caught a fish, sitting next to him on the dock, and they explain the same thing. 3 silver, cup of mead, screw Coromanth.
While they're talking, I sneak over and grab that fish.
Make a stealth check. Not with advantage.
21.
You're able to get quite close. They're engrossed in conversation, and they don't seem to have noticed you. Well, you have the fish in your mouth, and if you want, you can try to make another stealth check to run away.
7. I'm just like...
In your excitement to get the fish, you get a little over eager once you have the fish, make some noise and scramble off into the woods. They all take notice of you. The gentleman who is fishing just says, for fuck's sake.
For Fox's sake?
Sure.
Yes.
But no one seems to really care.
Okay.
And you have a fish. They go over, 2 of them now, same points, 3 silver, cup of mead. Mead's decent. Screw Coromanth. And
If they sound like they're agreeing, I'm just gonna be heading back with
and
my
the
fish.
third guy ponders it over, sees his other 2 companions, and is just like, yeah, sure. Just about anything beats staying out here another night. So, they pack up, douse their fires, and head back to the first camp.
And
Those are
I'll,
responsible campers.
yeah.
Yes.
They grew up here in Nordfeld, and they try to be pretty responsible about maintaining the forest.
Well, I'm gonna run back with the fish ahead of them as a fox, and when I get back, I'll turn back and start cooking the fish at the little campfire.
All right. The 3 of them walk back up. Do you report anything to your compatriots about what they were doing?
It seems like they're all on the level.
But then we shall probably each contribute 3 silver.
Also, I found a fish.
Okay.
How'd you find the fish? I want the fish.
You can have some. We'll contribute 3 silver each. Yes.
All right.
And I put my keg down, and I take my 9s mug and my +1 3 mugs, and I fill them with mead.
When you get the 3 of them back, hand them their mead. The guy who was fishing kind of looks at the fish like, huh. And the other 2 will look at it and go, huh, where'd you get the fish?
Oh, I just found it, you know?
The third one of them looks a little suspicious, like, but the other 2 sit down and start drinking their mead.
And I'll share the fish with all of them.
So you
Big
have
is that
a,
fish?
I don't know. Big enough that a fox can carry it?
it was I'll say
Baby plesiosaur.
It was an 8-pound bass.
An 8-pound bass.
Ooh.
So, not the largest bass by any means, but not bad. there's certainly enough for everyone to have a little bit.
And I season it.
What's oregano?
No,
Oregano.
rosemary and lemon pepper.
Oh, yeah, that'd be pretty good. You make a pretty decent meal. The three of them look quite actually pleased with the decision here that they have made. Like, yeah, this is better than what we were doing. Screw that guy. And by the time the fish is consumed, the mead drank, they look at you three, and the first dwarf that you knocked out says, and if it's out of same deal, we'll be heading off.
Yep.
Hey. And he douses the last fire. I head off into the shoreline, sticking into the woods to try not to be noticed, and are making their way back towards the city of Nordfeld.
Keep an eye out for Storm Grimmy.
The other two are just like, what? But the first dwarf gives you this look and then just goes and gives you the knowing nod, like, yeah, I will. You have now gotten rid of the scouts outside the house.
That was
And
excellent non-lethal work.
Yes, we did a great job.
Then we had time for dinner. That was pretty good too.
Yes.
When we were eating,
And we
can I
managed
count
to
that
increase-
as a short rest?
We managed to
You can
increase the
actually
minimum
count it as a
wage
short
for
rest.
watching fires
Yeah.
threefold.
if there's anything that you guys can recover from a short rest, that little meal that you had is a short rest.
I get my wild shapes back.
Now, however, taking all that time, the sun is now up over the horizon, and it's daylight out.
Now we can sneak in the dead of day night.
Yes. They will probably be asleep now.
This place
Let's
is very
just walk through the front door. Let's go.
We walk up to the house.
Do we want to sneak at all?
Actually, is there like a road that goes to?
Confident now.
Nines, maybe you should pose as an encyclopedia salesman.
Or burglar.
Is there a road that goes up to the house that we're aware of?
No, you don't see any roads. You haven't taken a very close look at the house itself. You've just seen it from a bit of a distance. You're still 150-ish feet away from the house at any given of these little encampments. There's a lot of foliage, so the house isn't entirely clear from where you're standing. So you don't have a lot of info. What you do know is there wasn't any sign of any roads out here.
Is there anything in the tent?
Bedroll, and that's about it.
I could go in as one of these sentries, but then I'd probably just get killed.
Because you'd be alone. And Coromanth knows that you're not who you are.
Yeah.
Well, Dan, let us have a plan.
Step 1, get more information.
All right.
Step 2?
Why don't we?
Act on it.
Okay, do you want me? I got my wild shapes back. Do you want me to scout the house proper?
Check for entrances, just windows and doors.
You should turn into dog and see if you smell turtle.
I turn into a squirrel.
Ooh. Windows, doors, cellar doors, and second story entry points.
And I'm going to run up to the house and just check windows, doors, cellar doors. What else did you say?
Second story entrances.
Second story entrances, balconies, chimneys.
So you're just looking for any way in.
I'm looking, I want to weigh our options. I'm going to just do a survey of the house, climbing on the walls as needed.
All right, and remind me, what did you just change into?
Squirrel.
A squirrel. Okay. Jesus.
I stare intently at the squirrel.
A large squirrel.
You run up to... You start with the front of the house. What is quite clearly the front door. And since you're a squirrel, I'm not going to make you roll a stealth check. Squirrels just run around, well, as they please. So.
That's good because I don't see stats for a squirrel.
Yeah, but I know you can change into one, so I'm not going to fight you with it.
Yeah.
You are getting right up. Do you want to be like right on the windowsills and stuff, just kind of running
I'm gonna
on top of stuff?
Yeah, because I want to be able to see if I can see inside any of the rooms, see if there's people.
Sure. After a few rooms and a few windows, you start to get the sense you're not going to be able to see inside. The vast majority of the windows are boarded up and covered with wood. The few that aren't they're not blackout drapes, but they're, they would be like a 90% light blocking drape covering the window. So everything on the inside is obscured. You can't get a good sense of what's in there. When you run up on the door, it doesn't look like people have been using it very much. There's not a lot of signs of like foot traffic to the front door. It looks pretty undisturbed. It looks just like everything else. That's all the information a squirrel can gather about sort of the front area. There is a second floor balcony on the outside, a second floor porch basically, that sits over the first floor porch, providing its roof. You scurry up one of the posts, and when you get up to the top, you see that there are a few windows, although they are covered. There's a couple of holes in these. None of these are actually boarded up though. They all seem to just be covered with drapes, and there's a few holes in the tattered drapes near the bottom that a person normally would have a hard time seeing through, but as a squirrel, you have a pretty easy vantage point. And it's not quite what you expected. Of course, it's the few glimpses you get inside, it's dirty and looks run down, dilapidated, just like the rest of the house, but within that room that you can see, there's little glimpses of the wall, and there's a whole bunch of like wood plaques. They all look fairly similar, but they're not identical. And there's just a bunch of them hanging up on the wall. There's a couple of nice looking chairs. That's all you can see.
Do the wood plaques have like writing on them or anything?
They have some sort of like
thing on them.
Etching, carving, pattern on them. None of them are painted, and it's sort of dim in there with everything drawn shut. So there's not enough light to get an idea of what they are. And like in a clear sense. You can see there's some sort of pattern thing on all these wood plaques. Can't tell what it is from out here. Continuing your investigation, you kind of scurry around on the roof, making your way up there. You see that the house actually has a central courtyard. And it's surrounded by windows, and it appears one door on the first level. The courtyard it's small, but looks pretty nice. If overgrown, to say the least. But you can tell the plants that were there, or are there. If they had been kept up, this would have been a very nice looking little courtyard. It's about, 12 by 12 in its size. The windows around the courtyard are all similarly drawn shut. Various tatters on their drapery, so you get little glimpses. And unless you want to go and investigate each every window, there's not a whole lot of information you can glean from running around to the roof.
Okay. Is there chimneys?
There are a couple chimneys around the house, spotted in various places. fairly small chimney shoots, though.
Was there a back door or cellar door? Is there anything?
As you make your way down around the back side of the house, there's fewer windows out here, but still some. And set sort of oddly, a little odd here, set away from the property there of the house, about 15 feet or so. There's a sunken area that is a stairwell leading down. And you're making your way around here. Nothing else really stands out to you about the property as far as like ways in. You got a front door, presumably some sort of cellar door, although you're not sure. Courtyard windows are all covered, most of them boarded up. There's a second floor, porch. There has a door up there too. But as a squirrel, you can't really test to know if any of this is locked or if it opens.
Were there any broken windows?
Any windows that could be broken are boarded.
Okay.
So you can't say for sure that they are boarded, but of all the windows that you saw, they are all intact.
Okay. I will come back. And then I
really wish she would just change back when she comes back to us.
I wait patiently for my acorn. I pine nut out here.
Pine nuts.
But since I don't seem to be getting one, I'll turn back.
Yeah.
All right. I tell you literally everything you just heard.
Great, what is planned then?
We can either, there appear to be 4 potential ways in. The front door, the balcony door, through a boarded up window if it is in fact covering a broken window and remove the boards, and potentially the cellar door if the stairs lead to a door.
One other option is I could try to sneak in through like the chimney or something as a animal and then open up a door from the inside. But that would be the most dangerous.
That would be very dangerous for you.
Otherwise, I could try to pick it. I assume this place is locked up, so I could try lock picking. Pick locking, lock picking, it's all the same thing. That's what Dromar taught me. Don't worry about terminology, he used to say.
So, can we get into the courtyard by climbing up over the building, or is it too difficult for us to do?
Did I get a sense that
Your summary of the difficulty of climbing up and over would be not impossible, but quite difficult.
if you're not a squirrel, it would be quite difficult?
Unfortunately, I am not a squirrel. Nines, are you a squirrel?
You're more moose
No.
than squirrel.
How many windows were boarded up?
That was a joke for our over 70 audience.
Definitely. And also that narrow band of like mid-30s that happened to watch Nickelodeon when they ran old TV shows. That
What
narrow
about that
band.
time they rebooted it for no reason, even before rebooting it was really a big thing?
And it didn't
Nines,
work.
I do like your Pennsylvania accent.
I mean, it is a little bit of a Pennsylvania accent, isn't it?
Moose, say moose and squirrel.
We
Some
were.
squirrel.
Thank you.
That's
You were squirrel.
How many? Ulseth was just asking how many windows were boarded up. They were pretty much the first floor windows, right?
all the first floor windows, a couple second floor windows, but most of those were just draped over. You'd say there's probably a dozen or so that are boarded up.
So, I'm guessing that Coromanth, being ostentatious and all and haughty, would probably be on the second floor of this building. So he has a good view. But the easiest point of access seems like the store, the basement thing.
Let us try the cellar. The potential of a cellar door at the bottom of the stairwell.
The downside is now we have to get all the way up through the house, as opposed to coming in from like the balcony or using the raven bar to break a hole in the roof or something.
Would you like to try?
How much resistance can we really run into?
Yes, and with 3 silver, we have no more meat today. But
Well, we can lie to them.
we can, and we can make it 5 silver. They are working inside. Perhaps they are paid more.
Do you want me to go ahead slightly as one of the sentries just to get like a quick gauge of what's going on? And you guys can be right behind me?
Yeah, let's head around the back.
Okay.
Head around the back to the potential cellar door. You go first, go down the stairs, and if we don't hear you scream, almost immediately we'll follow.
Why don't you stay like,
A respectful distance?
yeah, like a respectful distance, 10,
Okay.
20 feet behind?
Okay,
Like within 1 round of movement of me.
whatever that is, yes. The distance that we could cover very quickly.
In like 6 seconds.
Yes.
Just randomly. 30 feet max.
You feel confident that 30 feet
Feels about that.
feels about that distance.
All right, I'm going to turn into the human again because I'm wearing leather armor and it'll fit him the best.
Okay.
And
we go around back.
we'll go around and I'll just sort of hobble down to the cellar door, the theoretical cellar door.
Okay.
I
Are
follow
you
about
trying to be
25
stealthy at all while you
behind.
do this?
I'm not.
You're not. Are you
I'm
two?
trying to act like I'm supposed to be here.
Oh, I will attempt to be stealthy.
Guidance.
The worst thing that happens is that you're not. So,
Which
I got a 7.
okay.
I should have given you guidance.
9.
I should have given you both guidance.
Somebody clip that, please. That was perfect. You're not particularly stealthy. You're crunching a fair bit under your feet as you walk over leaves and branches and things. You are aware that you're making some noise. But Xoria, as the bandit, will call Bob. Xoria, appearing as Bob the bandit.
Can we bandit it? Yes, we can.
Oh, no. I should not have chosen Bob.
No, you
But-
shouldn't have. Robert.
Can I have codename Swiper?
Swiper,
No swiping.
I was the fox. You can be Steve.
I mean, you did swipe. If anyone's swiper, I suppose it's you.
Yeah, I guess you can be Swiper.
So,
You're Bear in the Big Blue House. The other Bear in the Big Blue House.
weird show.
It was.
Yeah, it was about a bear, and he was in a big blue house.
That was the
It
plot.
was good that it was big because I'm sure the bear was big.
Wasn't nearly as weird as bananas in pajamas. It's a very strange show.
How are we doing with this moving toward the cellar door?
Oh,
I-
great.
You've done fine.
I don't
that
think
direction.
I've tripped yet.
Since you're not trying to be stealthy, you do just fine, and you walk up to the cellar door, or rather, walk down the cellar door. And you try to open it. Guessing.
I'll test it very gently.
And we check for traps. Do you want to check for traps?
Seems to.
I don't know how to do that.
I don't either.
It has a little give. You're just testing it.
Oh, well.
As you move the handle back and forth, it's got some give. It's got a little jiggle into it. You know how a lot of older doors, a little more room. They're not quite sealed so well. And this is moving back and forth.
I'll try and open it.
As you press the lever down on the handle, it unlocks just fine, and in swings the door.
I pick the lock.
Well done.
And then I will saunter in.
Sure. Do you two follow?
Yes, at a close distance. Very
Yet
close.
still respectful.
No.
Oh, now
5
it's
feet away.
now it's a
Disrespectful.
it's a disrespectfully
Disrespectfully
close
close.
distance. You are a close walker. So you get in. You go in through the cellar door, and when you get inside, it's something that you've all seen a version of. It is a cellar.
Please don't home alone us.
It's not a creepy furnace.
I meant like have
Oh,
traps everywhere.
like I have paint cans swinging down at you.
Yeah.
No, now I'm wishing I did that, but I did
Thank
not.
God. Okay.
I would be harassing a small child for this campaign.
A couple episodes ago, small child, I have a crowbar for you. That were now, that would just be Pennsylvania and Home Alone.
We can call ourselves the Wet Bandits.
So, when you
Is there any wine I can steal down here?
there's a whole bunch of stuff in this room. It's all dry goods, and like this is pretty obvious the moment you enter. The storeroom smells of particularly rosemary. There's a lot of rosemary hanging, drying down here, and various cured meats are also hanging on hooks, drying. There's a couple of kegs, don't know of what, that are sitting against the side of a wall, and then just a variety of durable vegetables. Like I'm talking potatoes and other root vegetables like that that'll keep for a while, especially in a cellar. So that's what you enter in. There's a pretty strong
Any of the
smell
kegs
of,
already?
What'd you
Any
say?
of the kegs already tapped?
The kegs do have taps on them, yeah.
I just go up to one of them at random and pour some into my stein.
Are we alone in this
It's
room?
mead. Yeah, there's nobody in this
Oh,
room.
Thank God.
Yep. There's no one down here. The only things that are with you are some cured meats, a musty limestone sort of odor, and a little bit of dust. That is
whoever
all
lives
that
here, at
is in this room. Off to what is the north wall as you enter this room, and it is low in here. Ulseth, you have to stoop to be in here. The ceilings are a bit low.
This is stupid.
What's up, Yosef? Would you like some mead?
Yes, I would. Thank you very much. And I think I will have some cured meat as well.
Is it Tibok meat?
No.
Is there cured ham?
There's cured ham.
Out of
Ulseth, for
out
that
of
pun,
3,
you can have DM inspiration for the rest of the session
For that stupid joke.
for that stupid joke.
It was, that's what I said.
Yeah, I know.
So you get a decent.
So you have DM inspiration for the remainder of the session. Feel free to bank that and use it whenever you want.
and Olsef also has a pint of mead.
You do. It's fine mead. You'd say it's probably about as good as yours from the keg that you purchased last week
And drank from earlier today.
and drank from earlier today. It's fine. You are feeling just a little bit tipsy. It's not impacting you yet, but you're feeling the alcohol. On the north wall of this room, which is to give you some bearings, on your left as you enter, there's a doorway, and it goes into another room. You can't see a ton because it's kind of dim in this basement that you're in, and the other room only has just one single lit lantern or candle. It's obscured and is on a wall facing that you can't see when looking into it from this room. And the room that you're in has a fair bit of lantern light illuminating it.
It's the only one. There's only one other door.
Yeah, there's only one other door out of this room.
Okay. You want to go first or should I?
Yeah. Since I look like one of them, I'll just go ahead.
Okay.
And I'll just saunter through the room holding like a salami or something, just gnawing on it.
Just a whole like two.
No, it's just like a little like
Yeah, a little,
one of those little ones.
Yeah, a little like
Okay.
Like
sure.
a Landia.
Slim Jim.
Yeah, sure. You grab one of the smaller pepperoni sticks, and
Shouldn't in Nordfeld it be something like a Landjäger or
I suppose it should be like a Landjäger.
yeah.
You grab a small little Landjäger snacking stick and mosey on into the next room, where, although it's fairly dimly lit, once you're in it, you can make out what this was, since it doesn't seem to be used that way anymore. There are workbenches lining most of the walls and cabinets lining the others. There's a pretty strong smell of lacquer and varnish in here, and woodworking tools line the walls above the workbenches. There's some old vices, some lathes, and other more industrial tools down here. It's a bit cramped, and everything seems to be in fairly ill repair. It doesn't look like anything in here's been used for a while, but it also looks quite heavy and difficult to move out, which probably explains why it's still here.
Is there any other exit?
On the far wall as you enter, so the northernmost bit of this chamber, there's a set of stairs leading up.
I'm going to listen to hear if I hear movement up the stairs.
Are you moving up the stairs at all yourself?
No, I'm going to stand at the bottom and just try and listen for movement.
Okay. Make a perception check.
With guide. Um, 28.
Well done. As you position yourself at the very base of the stairway, you look up, and the stairway is sort of an odd one. Very long and a bit shallow compared to a lot of stairways. Say it probably carries on about 15 feet, in a forward movement. And there's a landing there at the top. So you see like this wall, and then you can tell that it branches off, and it looks like maybe there's more stairs to both the left and right.
Okay. Do I hear anything then?
You're just the faintest hint of some sort of movement.
Can't really
You
isolate.
can't isolate it.
Yeah.
It's very distant.
I hear extremely faint movement up the stairs here.
Ah.
And it looks like it branches left and right.
Well, perhaps we should continue. We did come in to the house to explore it.
And yeah.
Someone will need to decide whether to go left or right.
Oh. Nines?
I say we go left.
Good choice.
So,
Okay.
Well, let's stealth up. At this point.
stealth up the stairs to the landing and then to the left.
All right.
And
Go ahead and all of you make a stealth check. Let's see what happens, shall we?
13.
19.
5.
Oh.
At least it's the one
You know-
that actually looks like they are supposed to be here.
Yeah.
Xoria leading the way is the least quiet. No, perhaps you haven't gotten back into that mentality of trying to be stealthy, having embodied, one of their own for a few, maybe 20 minutes now, been in that form. As you get to the top of the stairs, Nines and ulseth have managed to remain fairly quiet. You don't hear any movements or sounds or actions that seem to be reacting to your progress up the stairway. When you get to the landing and look up the left side, there are quite a few broken stairs. And they've just collapsed in, cracked, are wholly missing. The staircase is, to put it mildly, incomplete.
Maybe we should go to the right.
That's
Let us
very
at least
smart.
look that direction.
Yes, we'll turn around and look up the other side and see.
To the right, and the same thing that you see on the right is mirrored on the left. The stairs continue up 3-4 feet, and then turn up the left side to the left. So they come up further, there's a landing, and then they continue up the left. And the stairs on the right, or sorry, on the left, would have done the same thing, except just mirrored. So they would have gone up the landing, and then continued on up to the right.
But the left ones are inaccessible.
The left ones are inaccessible. The right ones are accessible, though. They seem to be intact, and you can go up them.
I'd like to look for paint cans on ropes and things.
Make a perception check.
17.
You don't see any signs of a booby trap.
Yeah.
There's nothing that's giving away, paint can or otherwise. You don't see traps.
If we
Well, I
were
see an
boobies,
assy
we would
trap.
not be trapped.
Because we could
Oh.
fly.
What?
Well, you say we don't say booby trap. Is there an assy trap?
Get out.
Well,
You do not see an assy trap.
Well, let's continue sneaking our way up. I'm going to keep my ears open for...
we continue sneaking up to the right this
Yeah,
time
like-
because there's stairs there that aren't broken.
As you make your way up the stairs to the right, you do hear some movement. You don't need to make a check for this or anything. It's fairly obvious. There's a closed door at the top of the stairs as they take a hard left and bank up. You hear movement, and what sounds perhaps maybe like dishes, like some sort of wooden plate.
We might be by a kitchen.
Oh, Nines, you are in luck. I do believe we are approaching a kitchen.
I wonder if we'll have pretzel day there.
Perhaps. Or at least some bread to go with
you
these
want-
cured meats.
Do you want me to try and bring who's ever in there down below so we're able to, like, ambush them in, like, the workroom?
That's a plan. Yes.
Execute?
Execute.
I'll have you guys go back down to the workroom.
We wait at the bottom of the stairs.
Yeah. Like, on either side of the door.
Uh-huh.
And I'm gonna open the door as the bandit. Sausage hanging in my mouth.
Okay. You open the door and you see another, presumably a thug for Coromanth, milling about the kitchen, gathering a couple of plates and fixing himself a meal.
Hey there.
I was debating on whether or not to make you roll to see how good you're approximating the voice, but you actually did fairly well the first time, so I'm not gonna make you
This
roll
is
again.
the same guy.
Yeah. I had to think that through in my head. So
Thank you
The
for
other guy-
giving me
I
this.
mean,
the guy looks at you.
the other guy speak.
I would have heard all of them speak at this
Oh,
point.
that is true.
So I
You
can
would
do
have
a-
actually heard that.
Perfect approximation.
You could do a perfect approximation. The guy fixing sandwiches. Hey. And just goes back to what he's doing.
I need your hand down in the cellar.
With what? I'm eating.
One of the kegs sprung a leak.
Oh shit! No. He drops his tray as he sees everything goes to the ground. He does carefully set down the mug he had, and he goes rushing past you down the
I'll
stairs.
follow behind at a respectful distance.
Okay, now where were you two?
On either side of the door
In the workroom.
in the work.
In the work
at the very, right at the bottom of the stairs.
Sure.
Were we going to try to Home Alone him?
He goes racing down the stairs.
Were we gonna like
We're on
stretch
either side of the
rope?
door, but on the storeroom side of it, not inside, so he can't see us while he's.
You should be holding a rope between the two of you at foot level.
That was part of our plan.
Was it?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's definitely part of our
Absolutely.
plan.
I mean, you guys
have-
hadn't really talked about what your plan was while she was doing
They
this.
We're going to retroactively establish
We
our
were
plan.
walking down the stairs thinking about what we were gonna do.
I mean, you guys can have a moment or two while Xoria is interacting with this other thug.
I will take out
You can
one
have
of
a
my
little plan.
22-foot pieces of rope. We'll double it up and hold it, not so it's up, but so it's just on the ground
And not knotted.
and not knotted. And so in case anyone comes rushing down, we can quickly tighten it at about knee level.
Or we could just keep it tight.
Yeah, but he might see it.
I think he's more worried about the mead. Of course, we don't know that.
We don't know that, no. So in order to be real trappy, we'll keep it on the floor and be ready to pull it up.
Okay.
Maybe this would be the assy trap you were looking for.
Jesus.
I'll be following right behind him.
The clumping down the stairs is
Someone is coming.
impossible to miss. And
It was so loud we could not miss it.
Oh, we should definitely trip this guy.
Yes.
he comes running down. Did you all communicate about who was going to come first down the stairs? Nope. Okay. Then I want the two of you, since you're trying to home alone this guy.
I had said that I was going to send the guy down the stairs.
And you were following at a respectful
Yeah, you
distance.
did. So, you, I want you guys to make
Trap
dexterity check. But basically, I'm just looking for muscle reaction to whatever's coming down the
just add your
stairs.
dex mod.
So that's what I'm trying to approximate. How successful are you at unleashing your trap?
6.
6.
I got a 14 for my dexterity check.
All right. You are not the quickest,
I feel like we only need one
Here.
half of it to work.
but
also
Nines
has a
and his
strong grip.
apparently
holding on.
feline reflexes in this case are bailing you out a bit. And you manage to pull up half the rope quickly enough. And he does catch his foot on it and stumbles forward and kind of comes crashing down, but catches himself. So he's currently splayed out on the ground, but he tripped and didn't take a whole lot of damage. He caught himself. He at most scuffed up his wrists, and that's what you're able to accomplish with this one. It doesn't seem like he's noticed the two of you, though, as he starts to quickly scramble to get back up and is laser focused on the other room.
Okay. I will say, you who have just fallen, we will pay you 8 silver if you would leave Coromanth's employ.
8 silver? Gotta lowball its first.
No,
Make a persuasion check.
that's always fun.
Oh, it's the best.
As I come down the stairs behind, I'll go, 8 silver. That sounds like a great deal.
Okay, it happened. It did.
A nat.
0.
Yes, a nat 1.
But he gets advantage because of what I said, right?
Nah.
It did. 0.
Quite the opposite of your intended effect of wooing him to your cause. You have scared the crap out of him, and
That's
He-
a good thing.
he gets up, draws his sword, and he goes, "What the hell?
What's going on?
Who the hell are you two?"
I'm still on the stairs.
Yeah, okay.
What are you talking about?
Well, I pull out my handy-dandy crowbar, and I use my feline agility to run over to the keg.
So you're in the workroom. You were trying to trip him, right?
Yeah.
Well, we were in the workroom. We were on the other end, weren't we?
Yeah, we were on the inside of the workroom holding the rope
Right at the
at the door.
at the door. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, so we're not near the
I'm just trying to
dry
make
room
sure that
right
I
now.
understood right where you positioned yourselves.
right.
So-
And then he stumbled. He caught himself.
Yeah.
I managed to catch his attention.
You run over, make a stealth check, because I think I'm inferring what you're trying to do here. You're trying to paint the scene that
I got a 10 for stealth.
it's moderately effective. Yeah, so you have pulled out your crowbar, run over to the keg, and don't seem to have been noticed.
All right, is he still threatening Ulseth?
Yeah, he's still threatening Ulseth.
Excuse me, bandit! If you don't let us...
He turns around and looks at you now.
I just kind of like threatened to jam the crowbar into the mead.
All right.
Threatening the mead.
I'll have come down and stand next to him and go, "Not the mead!"
This is such a good strategy. I love it.
What strategy?
Whatever this one is,
just
it's a
winging
good
it.
one.
Absolutely
Great.
every part of this plan has
marvelous.
failed so far.
That
Not every
Is
part.
accurate.
I have held up my end.
Yes, that's true. You have.
did get him to
I
come
half
downstairs.
tripped him.
You did. Well done.
Yep, I got his attention.
What do you want?
We
And,
want Coromanth, and if we don't get Coromanth, this mead is going on the floor.
I look over at him panicked.
Well, come on, we gotta kill him.
But the mead.
The hell with the mead. We gotta kill these two.
Coromanth's not paying me good enough to fight two guys who are gonna threaten our mead.
Make a persuasion check.
Nat 1 + 3.
My God.
You guys tonight. All right.
Okay.
Yep, that happened. Well, at that,
I draw my weapons.
we're gonna enter combat, and I want everyone to roll initiative, but I need to set up yet another combat. So give me one moment while I do that. Okay. Back from that quick setup, and this is what you find yourselves in. Everyone, if you haven't already, go ahead and roll for initiative.
Okay, that's a nice initiative roll.
Let's start. You got 8 nines. Excellent.
8 9s.
Ulseth?
21.
Wow, look at that. And Xoria?
18.
Okay. So, first up is Ulseth. Xoria, you are on deck, and it'll be Doug's turn. So, go ahead. You are
There.
near. Yeah, you're there. That's the setup. I tried to accomplish what you guys were describing.
If I go here, do I get advantage because of flanking?
Yeah, you would.
Although he thinks I'm an ally right now.
He thinks that it is not, in fact, true.
Yeah.
So do we work on what is true,
Yes.
or do we do?
Yeah.
Oh, unlike real life.
What is truth, though?
Okay.
Why do you ask me these things?
I raise Katiralar, but I'm going to use the blade.
Oh,
We'll just not.
and it will do less damage. I guarantee it.
If it hits.
21.
That does hit, yeah.
And we'll see what kind of bladey damage we do here.
Come on, 1.
10.
Wow. Astounding.
No, excuse me. No, 8. 8.
Oh, that was
That makes more sense.
far less dramatic.
And
Far
there's
less
a
dramatic.
tabaxi.
Hello, our daily greeting from the Tabaxi God, who I think is going to be settling in over
Hopefully.
the table.
his-
We'll see.
Knock over
Hopefully, it doesn't
something.
knock over anything. 8 damage from the first swing. You bring Katiralar down, now, and you give him a slash across the back, and he yelps out in pain. Now you can go ahead and press your advantage if you'd
raise-
like.
Yep, Alashalar. 19.
That still hits, yeah. Go ahead and roll for damage.
7.
Okay. Wow. Your rolls are
Not
like
terrible.
above average.
Slightly above average.
This is well. This is doing. You're
This
doing
is well.
This is well. Yes. This is well. You're doing well. Anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
No.
All right, Xoria. It is now your turn. It's gonna be his.
I'm going to just back up and go, oh god, the mead. And back up into this room over here.
Okay.
Assuming he's not going to attack me.
No, he thinks that you are an ally.
Who's
But
abandoning him?
And then I'm going to cast Thorn Whip, pull out my little bramble, whisper my druidic words to it, and then swing it out to lash at his feet with my long whip to get a nat 20.
that will definitely hit. Yeah.
That's on the floor. But I rolled a 5, so that's doubled to 10.
Okay.
And he is yanked 10 feet towards me, away from Ulseth.
Who gets an attack of opportunity?
You do get an attack of opportunity. He's left your
Non-lethal.
space.
That's not lethal.
We beat
Go
him
ahead.
up pretty good suddenly.
Do I? I don't have advantage.
You don't have advantage on this one.
Okay. I raise Tiralara again, but use the pommel to strike him on the back of his head as he is pulled away from me.
Sure.
12.
12 actually does hit. They're not particularly well armored.
Doing 9 non-lethal pomage bopping.
Homage popping.
Pommel bopping.
As though you're proficient with a blackjack, you wield the pommel of Katiralar quite well and crack him at the base of his skull on the back of his neck, and he just goes and he's down.
Okay.
Can we get a special?
And yep, that was a
lot of setup.
That was a setup for a like minute 30 long fight.
Unlike some of our other battles.
Unlike last week's combat, which flailed on for far too long as he tripped over barrels and embarrassed himself.
We need a special feat that lets us do extra damage, but only non-lethally.
I take the rope that I was
You're out of
holding.
combat now.
I take the rope that I was holding with nines
Yes.
Carefully
and
coil it.
and bind his hands and legs.
Very good.
Can you
He's
put
down.
him on, like by the barrels facing the mead by any chance? Like prop him up and tie him up over there?
I can.
So he looks like he's like
After
at the mean.
No, like on the other side of the wall.
Oh, like over here.
Yeah, just like prop him up there and get him stuck.
after just a minute or two, you've had enough time to restrain him and lean him against the wall, and he comes to again.
Are you going to try to stitch up his slashy wounds?
Yeah, I'll be healing him, bandaging him up.
All right, so you've got him pulled away a little bit from the wall, so you
Yeah.
can like get to the wounds. Sure. Go ahead. Well, you're not under any pressure right now, so I'm not going to make you roll a medicine check.
Okay.
This is fairly basic, medical treatment. You're
Yeah.
treating wounds and presumably stitching them shut. So he's leaned up against the wall. You're treating his wounds. He's pissed off and
All right. I
Yelping.
take my crowbar and I just smash one of the nozzles on one of the kegs.
he's in a fair bit of discomfort with the slashes on his back that are now also being stitched up and without any sort of anesthetic, because
Oregano.
that does not help.
Helps me.
He doesn't have any verbalized response to this, but he does seem to shed a tear as he's watching mead drain out.
You did this.
You,
Wow.
you
Take some
who are a wounded thug, had the opportunity to earn 8 silver, and you had turned that down. Now I will offer you 3 if you will answer 9's questions.
I don't have any other questions. I just wanted to make him feel bad.
And you did.
He's just sitting there, apparently processing his life and trying to reconcile how exactly it is that he got here.
He came down the stairs.
And then we tried to
Thank
trip
you
him.
for the literalism.
If you'll leave and not return, we'll pay you.
He looks up at you, kind of reaching, turning his head over his shoulder a little bit, and it's like, I'm not in any position to move. Fuck you guys.
Okay, well, we'll just leave him there and
I'll
go up
just
the
gag him
stairs.
then. Once I'm done.
He's not resisting. He's not fighting.
Yeah.
He's got a couple of nasty slashes down the length of his back, and he's watching me drain out of the keg fairly quickly.
If he's real lucky, he could fall forward. The cloth of the gag could soak up some of the meat, and he could have it that way.
So
But
Good.
he would have to be lucky to do that.
good. I'm glad we covered that.
All right.
Are we going back upstairs now?
Yes,
Yes,
if
to
he's
the kitchen.
secure, let's go back up.
Okay, before I go up, I smash the other keg.
He's now sobbing.
Oh.
He's just sobbing. He is trying to inch toward the flowing mead.
I pull him back. Just,
Gee.
Wow. You're the worst.
I think there's
Well
Geneva
done.
there was
conventions
an
for
easy way to do this, and he chose not to do that.
That was. Although it turned out to be pretty easy.
So, you head back up the stairs.
Into the kitchen.
Are you trying to be stealthy at all?
Yes.
That's always a prompt
Sure.
for players.
Please
So-
be stealthy.
Basically, it's like How badly do you want to mess this up? Do you want to try, or do you just want to keep charging
I'll
forward?
mess it up pretty badly.
19.
That one.
17.
I'm not gonna try and be stealthy.
Retroactively. I choose not to be stealthy according to my dice.
But you're still
Two
one
of you are fairly stealthy. Xoria, who I'm guessing is actually leading the way because you are portraying one of their, now run off compatriots.
I'm gonna turn into the guy that we just tied up, though, because he was supposed to be in the house.
in the
All right.
kitchen. Yeah.
His half-completed meal, which is mostly a selection of cured meats and some dry cheeses, is sitting on the counter, and you are in the kitchen.
And we very quietly
any doors?
sneak up to the kitchen.
In the kitchen, there are two doors. A door to the left and a door to the right. They are both, at this time, closed. Can't see what is beyond them. The kitchen is fairly stock standard. Nothing too surprising. It is a large kitchen with 2 ovens and a fair bit of prep area for food. And what Nines at least recognizes as an ice box. I don't believe the other 2 of you would have yet seen one of those. But, there's nothing particularly special, interesting, or unique about this. It's a kitchen, it's fairly broken down, and there are 2 doors, one on each side of the room, the north and south sides.
Ulseth, do I have time to make sandwich?
I do believe so, yes. Is there bread?
You just ate fish.
I had to split it with like 8 other people.
At least. Is there bread?
Yeah, there's some bread.
Okay. I slice off a piece of bread to go with the cured meats that I'm
Do
eating.
you use Gatirala or
You-
Lashalai?
You guys really
I
are
use a
quickly
Lashalai.
becoming like the wet bandits.
Is there a sink?
No, there's not a sink per se.
Yeah, but we did flood their floors.
You did start to flood their basement, albeit with mead and not with water. You are sitting down for a meal in their kitchen, and you're looking for anything you can to take.
I want to listen to each door and hear if I can hear any movement.
Okay.
Is that while we're making sandwiches?
Yes.
On the north end of the room, which is on your left as you enter, make a perception check as you lean your ear to the door.
Guidance. 13.
Okay. You hear just sort of basically it sounds like a drafty room. A little bit of air movement, nothing really special. That's all you can really make out. No noise. At least anything that sounds like movement of people.
It sounds like there might be a writing room in there. But
what?
a writing room in there.
Oh.
It's drafty. I'm gonna listen at the other door.
Okay? Sound of a typewriter clacking away.
Ripping the sheets out, tearing
Go
them
ahead.
out.
Go ahead and make a perception check.
Guidance. Nat 20 plus 9.
You lean your ear to the door, and again, you hear very little. You hear the faintest sounds of what sounds like maybe someone sort of shuffling in a chair. It's kind of repositioning.
There's someone named Very Little shuffling in a chair.
If he is very little, it should be easy to take.
No, his name is Very Little.
Oh.
I heard him.
Are you just Drax? Is that what you are?
Did he adopt Stuart Little?
Maybe I should turn into a
Can you-
mouse.
Can you move so slowly that you become invisible? Is that the next thing you try to do?
Maybe.
So that is what you hear on the other side of the door.
There might be someone in a chair.
If they are sitting and they are very little. It should be easy to bypass them. So do you want to go into the chair room?
Are you still eating?
I finished my sandwich.
Are you
Nines,
done?
are you
Nines?
done?
I feel like I would have made a bigger sandwich than you did.
I'm going to.
Since the meats and cheeses were already sort of cut up, all you really had to do was cut off some pieces of bread. It didn't take you long to make them. However long it takes you to eat them is up to you.
Well, Nines made a very large sandwich.
Why don't you two hide and I'll casually open?
Okay. We stay along the wall so that someone looking through the door couldn't see us. So it's, the wall of the door.
Okay.
I'm going to really casually open the door.
You open the door, and what you see on this side, although...
Is this the southern or northern door?
This is the southern door.
Okay.
What you see on the other side, although you haven't had too many opportunities, neither you nor ulseth, Xoria. This is sort of an odd room to you, but most people would recognize it as a dining room. Long table, total of 10 settings. The chairs are in a variety of conditions. Some okay, most pretty rough. Actually, 2 china cabinets. Not that there's anything in them, but there are 2 china cabinets, as well as some sideboards on the edges of the room, and a door on what would be the eastern side of this room, about midway down the wall. And that is what you see. It is an empty room other than what I have described.
Empty.
You see any other way out?
Yes, to the east.
Okay. Shall we try the same approach?
Yeah.
We go through the door and we will wait against the wall.
First, I'll listen at the next door.
Listen
Are you
again.
still coming along, or are
So
you still
then-
in the kitchen?
Oh, okay, so
eating?
you're continuing through these. Got it.
Yeah.
Oh, I took the sandwich with me.
Oh, okay.
All right.
You're just
That's what I
dropping
think, it's
crumbs
portable.
everywhere
So we know
Make a
where to
perception
go.
check with advantage.
with advantage and guidance.
You already have like a target to listen to, so I'm giving you that edge.
27.
What you hear on the other side of the door is, someone sort of very gently and quietly humming to themselves. Sounds like they might be munching on some food.
There's a
And
humming
they're just sort of-
muncher.
You can hear
Humming
them
muncher.
gently shuffling in some furniture.
There's someone having a real good time. Eating, humming, shifting in a chair.
What are they eating?
What does it sound like they're eating?
You can't tell what they're eating.
They're eating a better sandwich than yours.
What? I opened the door.
Why would I say that?
I'll let you guys decide if you really want to do that.
I feel like it was decided.
All right.
Uh,
You Nines opens the door and walks on into the other room where there is another Coromanthian thug waiting.
Nines, what do you see?
He doesn't
I think-
actually turn around and react to you just opening the door.
he hasn't done anything yet.
All quiet in here, I'll say as I shove Nines back in the dining room.
Yep. And you see that he's basically made himself like the bandit equivalent of a charcuterie board. And he's just sort of grabbing some things and snacking on little bits of meat,
He's having
cheese,
one of
bread.
those fancy
I like-
gastronomic deconstructed
Yeah.
sandwiches.
And he's just sort of nibbling
My
on stuff.
sandwich
in there.
construction is way better than that.
Yes. I agree, Nines.
Are there any other
You made
doors?
a beautiful sandwich.
Just looking in the room fairly quickly as you ask him, there is an open doorway, double wide. There's no doors here. It's a doorway and you quickly glance that seems to be the front entrance.
Which way? Straight across? Up?
It's on the north end of that room, so to your left as you enter. And it looks to be, a fairly large entryway. You glance just the quickest look at a staircase that is on the west side wall, wraps up around it and goes up to another level. And it's a large foyer. This is clearly quite a well-off, well-to-do house.
Ulseth, you should hit him in the head.
That has seemed to work in the past.
I will walk over around front. Hey, is that the last of the good sausage?
Well, I guess it's the good sausage. There's a whole bunch of it. Help yourself.
Oh, alright, I'll pick up a piece.
He's just sort of sitting here, and you notice that what he's doing is, every once in a while he reaches over with a whittling knife, stabs one little bit of food, takes a bite, and then goes back to gently whittling away and making a little carving on the end of a stick. It looks like it could, maybe it's in its early stages, some sort of small, like rodent, maybe a squirrel, rat, otter, just some small little creature.
You hear about Sturmgrimmy?
What?
The lake monster.
Lake monster?
Yeah. out
What
of
lake
the
monster?
There's a big monster out of the lake called Sturmgrimmy.
Yeah, you've been getting into the marshweed again. Come on, quit that.
Oh, I saw him.
There's no lake monster. There's plenty of real monsters in this world. There's not one living in that lake.
The guys who watched the Northern Camp saw one.
No, they didn't. They're full of crap. You know.
I'm just stalling until you
I'm
guys
just wondering
do
which way is,
No,
is
we
he
want to know
facing
where this
away?
is going.
Yeah, he's sitting on with his back to that doorway. He's looking off in the corner. And he's just sort of whittling away.
I creep up behind him, raising Kachiralar, and get ready to do the old pommel strike.
The old distraction pommel strike.
Yep, this has been worked really well so far. Mostly.
And I'm technically flanking him, I think.
I'll allow it. Yeah, he's just sitting there in his chair, relaxed, enjoying the day, basically. Go ahead and roll for attack.
Do I get advantage because I'm sneaky?
Yeah, well, not because you're sneaking, but because he is technically flanked with me.
22.
That hits.
And Kachiralar's pommel does 12 pommel damage.
I'm actually glad you rolled really well, because now I don't have to set up another fight. You bring the pommel of Kachiralar down and pop him with one sort of almost sickening thud.
Ooh,
to
that
the
was a sickening
back
thud.
of
I
his
hope
neck.
I do not hit him too hard.
And he goes completely ragdoll, just over, and he's slumped over on himself.
Sturmgrimmy
I
got
walk
him.
up and try one of the sausages that was on the board.
Pretty good sausage.
Well, it's a spicy sausage.
That's
I try some too. And I am pleased. I am pleased by the sausage.
You are. It's good sausage.
Let's tie him up and just keep him in, like, the stairs or something.
Okay.
Let's
I
not
use
throw them in with the other guy so they like get.
They could help each other escape.
This combat brought to you by Cured Meats.
The cured
anyway.
meat's lava.
I tie him up and take him into the kitchen and bind him to one of the big tables there.
All right.
I'm gonna have to buy more rope.
You can back to that hardware store.
I'm not using the whole 50 feet. I'm just using like half of it.
But now it's all cut up.
Yeah, well, I'm not
You
gonna
can
be
always
getting it with
buy
me,
more
Elise.
rope.
Buy more rope.
That's that's the new slogan of the hardware store. You can always buy more rope.
Bandit tying rope.
We've got our hauling rope, our hitching rope, our bandit tying rope.
All right.
It's made of silk.
This
It's
is-
softer and strong.
This has been working
Kind of
well
wrists.
so far, so let's walk into the foyer.
Mm-hmm.
I'll walk in.
Okay. Yeah, the foyer is quite grand. It got a beautiful staircase that wraps around what is the westward wall, and then that wall is just ever so slightly curved. You don't know if it matches the shape on the outside or not, but it's kind of a curved wall. And this staircase wraps up around it, going to the second level. The floor beneath your feet is an intricately carved parquet woodwork. And sealed and still, stunningly, compared to everything else around here, is in near immaculate condition. It looks amazing, despite all of these years as an abandoned home. The delicate etchings in it are still in perfect shape. That's the room that you're in. There is a door on the north wall of this room that is shut. It is a double door, French doors.
Is out, probably.
And there is the front door that you recognize from your time as a squirrel. And that sits on the east wall.
That there were stairs.
They are on the west wall, and they wrap up and around. Underneath the stairs, on the west wall, there's a glass door. Yeah, it's framed, so there's many small frames of glass, and a couple of them are broken, and that opens into the courtyard.
That's the drafty. Alright, well, why don't we head up? Because that's probably where Coromanth is.
I agree. Nines, are you finished with your sausages?
And sandwich. And meat.
I guess.
And fish.
You may take what is left, I imagine, and put it in your pouch or pocket. But not the one with the spores.
All right, you heading upstairs then?
Yes, I will go ahead and not be stealthy because I can't roll well on stealth checks.
And
How about the other two?
I'm trying to be stealthy behind.
Okay.
Hey, that's a 22. No. Yeah, 22 for stealth.
15.
The two of you are fairly quiet, minding the pressure on the stairs to avoid any creaky steps. You make nary a sound as you ascend to the second level. Xoria, about 10 feet ahead of you, not trying to tread carefully, confident in her disguise, which is quite thorough, to say the least. When you reach the second level, no one seems to have come to examine the noises, and what you see is the room I described earlier that you took notice of as a squirrel. The walls of this room on the westward side are lined with all sorts of varieties of wooden plaques, crests, and smaller examples of sigils. And then other shapes, trees, shields, all of these carved into wood. And they hang on the walls. There are some broken windows, the couple that were boarded up on this floor. You see the broken glass on this side. Most of the windows are still letting a bit of light in. And they're glimmering the light glimmers a bit, very finely finished furniture, the exposed wood, and what remains of some tattered pieces of cloth bound over a couple of old couches and a very nice chair. There's a well-worn rug, now seems threadbare and perhaps a bit moth-tattered, and a desk Very nice desk. Still holding up with its finish. Covered in dust, but if you sweep a little bit of it back, you see that's quite a glamorous finish nonetheless. Even after all these years. Whatever woodworkers lived here, they really did know what they were doing. And their work has held up to the test of time.
Are there doors?
On the far southern end of this room is quite long, extending the entire length of the house. There is a closed door that is actually blue and covered with these little white spots. The paint's peeling a bit, so it's hard to make out what imagery might have been here before. In the far north of this room, there's another door. Matches the rest of the home. Doesn't seem unique, this one.
That door is closed too, right?
Yep, they're both closed.
I want to examine the desk to see if there's anything in it. I'll look in the drawers and
Sure.
the other little compartments and search for hidden compartments and false bottoms in the drawers too.
Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Oh, I was about to say guidance, but
Well,
I'll let it slide. Go ahead.
thank you. Dirty 20.
As you start to rifle through the desk's drawers and little panels, you quickly determine that this is not a desk of any mystery or secrets. It's just a very well-made desk, designed for business, it seems. There's still a few bits of paper and scraps of old agreements and receipts that you find in the drawers, which are mostly empty. Otherwise, a few quills, a dry bottle of ink, and you also find a couple of fairly well made, but if abused by the elements at this point, it's drawing utensils. It's for very precise work. Compass. It's several different straight edges of various sizes. And it would allow the user this set of tools the ability to make intricate, precise designs.
Are they so worn out that they're useless? Or are they still good shape?
So to give you an idea, you ever gotten a compass when you were in school that had been around for like the last 10 or 15 generations of children? It functions.
Okay.
It's not in great shape.
Well, I report...
You can tell that it once was nice.
Yeah. I report that, although the desk is very well made, there is nothing of interest or use in it.
why don't you pick it up and take it? It might be worth something.
Do you want to investigate these plaques?
Well, he was investigating the desk. I was going to be listening to the blue door and then the other door.
All right. We'll start with the blue door, since that's the one you wanted to go with first. Make a perception check.
Guidance.
All right.
21.
What you hear on the other side of the door is the movement of air. You hear some rustling of leaves. It seems whatever's on the other side of this, there's an open window to exterior. Whether it is a naturally opened window or something caused by decay, you're not sure. You also hear a couple of wing flaps. Sounds like, maybe the size of a pigeon or dove might be nesting in this room.
Coromanth turned into a pigeon or dove and nesting in this room.
No, he is a shape changer too.
We don't know how to deal with those.
No.
On the
I've never even
Perhaps
heard
you-
of them.
before we go through the north side door, do you want to take any action with this, or do you want to go?
I'd like to check everything out first.
All right, so you want to go and listen to the north door?
Yeah.
Go ahead and make another perception check.
Guidance. 25. I'm good at
The
listening.
only noises that you hear through that doorway, the gentle settling of the house, or rather, unsettling of the house as it starts to warm up in the sunlight.
Very unsettling over there.
Oh. I do not wish to be unsettled. Perhaps we should go in and attack the dove.
We'll check out this dove first.
All right, so going through the southern door,
Yes.
the one that's blue, little white specks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
First
When
blue
you
door and now blue door. Ugh.
when you enter this room,
Ludorf?
Blue door.
it's not something that you paid too much attention to as a squirrel. You were looking for entrances, and this didn't seem like one. Now, it's not very tall. You'd say, yeah, maybe 12 feet in height, but it resembles sort of the inside of a small tower. There's a spiral staircase that wraps up along the outside edge and steps at a small platform top. The stairs are small, slightly too small for an adult to easily go up. At least an adult human or drow or anything like that.
Maybe this might be like a stargazing.
Mm-hmm.
And the blue dots with the white dots for stars.
That could be child's room.
I'll go up.
Okay. You make your
See
way.
if they like child in tower.
It's a little hard. It's kind of like trying to sit in the elementary school chairs.
Oh, I turned myself into the
Is it-
dwarf guy.
You are smaller and it becomes a bit easier, although your clothes are a bit difficult to manage right now.
They're both medium
I just walk up on
size.
all fours.
That
Right
is
at the
not
bottom.
how this works.
My armor is for a medium type creature.
Yes, but not this specific one. You make your way up the stairs with just a little difficulty. And when you get to the top of the platform,
I turn back into the guy.
you see what was making that flapping sound. There is a nest of birds, turns out to be a couple pigeons. And they have a nest with 2 eggs in it. They fly off as you startle them. And you see up here that there is an old tripod. Nothing on it. Looks like it could have had a mount for maybe telescope or some sort of sighting device if you were trying to ensure that your arrows are flying straight and true. Well, you're not 100% sure what it could be.
Some sort of.
Yeah, but it does aim upward generally, and there is, although it is larger than it seems to have intended to be, a hole with a retractable cover that would slide over it. Although that hole has, on the lower parts of it, expanded from rot and decay. And you gather this was probably some sort of children's observatory.
Maybe I should leave my bullet egg here in this nest. They seem to need it more.
You should take egg and we can have eggs for breakfast.
Oh.
Or we could have, there are pigeons. We could get carrier pigeons. And they could come back to this abandoned building.
I'm just waiting down at the bottom of the stairs.
All right.
Yeah, I come back down and say, just some pigeons.
Nines, is that what you saw also?
Yes, and I got these 2 eggs.
No.
You know what you are? You're Grogu.
Cat?
You're Grogu with the frog lady's
Like,
children. That's what you are.
Nines, put those back. Those pigeons didn't do anything.
They flew away. They're not good parents.
We scared them.
Fine, I'll put them back. And I
Thank
go
you.
back up. Do I need to roll a stair check?
You don't need to roll. You don't need to roll a stair check. I will put it that way.
I got a 4 on my stair check.
You technically move up the stairs. You don't do it well, but you do accomplish it.
All right, I just put them back and go down the stairs like a normal tabaxi.
I'll make you ethically sourced eggs later.
Shall we?
How are they ethically sourced?
Ethically sourced eggs.
We'll pay the birds.
What do birds use money for?
Like sticks and stuff. I don't know.
Okay, shall we try the other door?
No, we just got some very important business to talk about.
Okay, I will wait. I will wait out in the room while you discuss this business.
So I like the sticks like the dollars and the rocks like the coins?
No, they use it for building material for their nests.
So it's a barter system.
Yeah. Like ribbons, sticks, bread would be good. That sort of thing.
So how many of these things do we need to get egg?
Oh, probably like 3 nice ribbons.
I will keep that in mind.
All right.
Well, now we know the barter price of ethically sourced eggs.
You do. Well done.
Do you want me to go through the door?
The south door.
It wasn't the blue door, the south
Oh, that's right. Yes.
the north door. I'll go through the north door.
Okay. You enter a hallway. It travels westward, not too very far, 20 feet,
Oh,
and
okay.
makes a sharp left. Lining the walls of this hallway, on the southern edge of the hall, a couple of portraits. Some have some tears to them. And then on the north side, there are windows.
I want to look at these portraits as I walk in.
Okay. Although the images are a bit faded, they depict a fair-looking woman that has a bit of a rough and tumble hairstyle, and their cheeky, devilish smile about her countenance. It's sitting in a room that you do not recognize. Not a room that you've seen in this house. But the decor of the room depicted in this portrait seems to match what you have seen in the house. In the center, the young boy. Looks to be maybe 5, 6. Yes. And you get a sense that perhaps he didn't sit very still for whoever was doing the painting, as the details of his face are slightly less refined, and the painting looks much more done by guesswork and inference. But it does resemble a bit of Coromanth. You see a couple of definitive features that you recognize from him. A
Little pencil mustache.
No, a deep brow line,
Oh.
and a cleft chin.
Signature look of superiority.
And yeah.
The
suit.
child depicted in this, presumably Coromanth, looks to be quite happy. And
Oh, that's not
is
Coromanth then.
depicted with a very large, big grin on his face.
It would be
On the
super
far
messed
end.
up if I turned into his mom.
On the far end of this, continuing down the hall westward, you see a rather stern-looking gentleman. The well-kept beard. Not very long, but full. And even though the portrait gives this appearance of a stoic individual, some sort of unmovable father figure, his eyes seem to have a little bit of a glitter to them and softness in the features.
Does he have a pencil mustache?
No.
Oh.
No, there's a, as I described, a full beard.
Full beard.
Yep. And that's that's a summary of the 3 portraits you see here. And you reach the far end of the
That
hall
really
where there is a
must-
door now leading south out of this hallway.
Back into the other room?
You've gone down this hallway, and now there is a door leading southward, presumably into a new set of rooms, chamber, something on the other side.
You gonna do your listen thing?
Yeah, I'll keep listening to doors.
All right, you're pretty good at it.
I'm gonna listen for Riders on the Storm. That dirty 20. Because I'm listening to doors.
No,
Okay.
I'm just so mad at you right now. It. You just threw me off so bad with that stupid doors reference. I'm just. All right.
I think there is a break in the action.
There is definitely a break. You broke the DM for a moment there. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You hear this sort of soft muttering of people on the other side.
Can I get a guess? Obviously more than one, but...
Yeah, you hear 2 distinct people talking. It's very muffled. And you get the sense that you know how everyone kind of takes on the same qualities when they're trying to talk very softly so that they don't disturb someone else. That sort of quiet whispering to the person sitting next to you in a theater. Or when you're...
The one that annoys us so greatly.
Or when a child is sleeping in a room and the parents don't want to wake it. It's that sort of talking. You can make out that it's happening. You have no idea what is being said.
A couple people on the other side. I think we might be getting close.
I bet we are
We should
closer
just
than
go
we
in there.
started.
Should I go in as someone in particular?
Well, that technique seems to have worked over and over and over and over again.
It couldn't fail again this time.
It could not possibly fail.
Oh, it's perfect.
Perhaps you should go in as...
A mouse.
Have you used your...
I have one left.
I think you should just go
Can
in
you
and
become
we'll
that
just
small?
kill them.
Wild form, you
Yeah.
just...
I could become technically I can become any animal that doesn't fly or swim, so I could theoretically turn into a beetle.
Oh, but you couldn't be a fly on the wall.
I could be a fly.
That would be a fly.
Oh no, I couldn't be a fly. I'd have to be something that I could turn into a centipede. Theoretically.
Please don't.
Or a spider.
Spider is more preferable. I ban centipedes. They don't exist in the world.
You want to sneak in and do a reconnoiter?
I can do that. I am the rogue of the party.
Apparently.
Now, shall we wait here while Xoria becomes some sort of infinitesimal little insectoid who will do a reconnoitering?
I mean, I think we should just go indoor.
Well, okay, here's a question. Is a spider called a termed a beast? Or is it an insect? Because I can only turn into beast types.
Well, spider's definitely not an insect. An arachnid.
I turn into a tardigrade. It's a water bear.
I mean, you can no longer conceive of the universe at anything greater than
Also, I have to have seen it to turn into it.
yeah. So kind of a moot point unless you are secretly the wasp, I guess.
Uh-huh.
Let me.
I can't turn into a wasp.
We should decide upon a plan, don't you agree?
Do you
Thomas?
want
I'm looking up what a spider.
Do you
is
want
classified
to
as.
get as much info as possible, or just go?
It is a spider is
Execute.
considered a tiny beast.
So I can turn into a spider.
According to the rules, you can turn into a tiny spider.
You want to take time while Xoria becomes Spider
To eat something.
Woman?
We're just gonna wander around house while you go get information.
It's up to you guys. I don't have to scout.
Okay, I just wander off.
I turn into a spider.
All right.
Like, how long do I have before I should come back?
Like 10 minutes.
All right,
Don't get caught or killed.
got it.
I will sit down on the floor.
We have been going for a while. So as you turn into a spider to scout out the other room, we are going to take our actual break, not one of our very short breaks that we've been taking.
You need 6 more eyes.
Please don't do that. I do not want to DM that. Please don't.
Oh, okay.
And we will be back shortly. So, see you in a bit. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking with us through break. Hope you got yourself a refreshment, used the bathroom, took your dog out, maybe just decided to dance. But hope you got up and did something. We rejoin our players as they are about to enter kind of the last bits of the house here.
After eating a red wall level of food.
Yes, after eating a red wall level of food. And you just turned into a spider, correct? Okay. And are you now crawling under the door? Don't do that. You crawl under the door, and what you see is a long hallway. And on your right, which is the western side, see a little alcove that juts out. And then go a little further down, and there's another alcove. And there's also 3 doors on your left, and a door at the end of the hall.
I will crawl under the first door immediately to the left.
Okay. What you see in that room are a bunch of boxes. And bed. 2 people. Well, one sitting on the bed, the other sitting on some boxes. And they're just sort of chatting. It doesn't seem to be about anything in particular. Just, what's going on in their lives, their personal thoughts on things. It's just a pretty casual conversation.
What boys are crushing on?
Alright, they look armed and like the other sort of guards we've seen, I assume.
Yeah, pretty much the same. There's nothing that sticks out about these 2.
I will continue to the next door. Check in there.
Crawling out underneath the door you came in through, into the hallway, and moving your way up to the second door. This is a more orderly room. There's a impromptu wall made of some stacked boxes. It's a blocking view of one half of the room. There's a dresser on the other wall, which is the south wall. And this room is much cleaner, much more well kept than the others. Although, from your vantage point, you are blocked by the crate wall that is in front of you. You see the shadow of a gentleman as still fairly early within the sunlight hours. The sun is coming in quite directly through the eastward windows of this room, and there's a long shadow being stretched out. But you can't see who's casting the shadow.
I will crawl along the side of the room.
Okay.
See if I can get a better vantage point.
Do you make your way up on the wall at all, or like what?
A little
where are you
bit,
going?
yeah.
Okay. So, you go over to the southern side of the room, crawling up the wall. You've been small already, not quite this small. Haven't done is see the world from the vantage point of an arachnid. Your eyes are a whole new experience. Never having before seen the world through more than just a pair of them. And now climbing up the wall at a scale that you've never understood. This is absolutely enthralling to you. And for a moment, you become sort of lost in this new sensation and make your way a little further up the wall than you intend. And when you look down, you catch a glimpse of your old nemesis, Coromanth, standing in front of the windows. He looks contemplative, standing there looking out at the little central courtyard that's beneath the windows, and not saying anything, just looking at the scene before him.
Yeah, I'll back out and check the last room.
making your way back down, becoming more comfortable, more nimble with your 8-legged persona, you make your way into the last room. This room strikes you much more as a storage room. It's rather haphazard. Crates, chests, boxes, barrels strewn about this place. There are some that are open, bits of straw hanging out the sides. And there's not a whole lot to gather, especially at a spider's scale of this room. But it does seem to be a rather haphazard storage place.
Do I sense anyone's in here?
No, there is a window in this room, just like in every room you've been in. And nothing's casting a shadow that makes you think that there's a person in here. But it is a little harder to tell at the scale that you're at.
I'll just climb up towards the ceiling to get a better vantage point, make sure we're clear before I head back to...
Easily making your way up the wall and getting most of the way up now, more confident in your abilities. You gaze out over this room of haphazardly placed boxes.
Well, fervent tech, I'm sure.
It is indeed. Now that you are above it and can look down into them, the ones that are open are clearly filled with pieces of fervent tech. Not easily identifiable to whom they belong, at least from this vantage point. But they are indeed full of it.
No sign of Otto.
No sign of Otto.
I'll check the door at the other side of the hall.
All right. You go into this room. There is... It's sort of an odd room. Nothing like you have seen before. And it looks to be a bit of a service closet. There's a dumbwaiter in here. Not that you've ever seen one of those before. And you think this probably goes down into a corner of the kitchen. Or perhaps a corner of the dining room. Somewhere in that region. Based on where this is all fitting together. And it's otherwise completely dark. It's really a closet. This looks to be where perhaps house servants might have been keeping things to clean up. But in this room, you find a bound and gagged, ancient-looking turtle. You instantly recognize as Otto.
I give him a salute.
Does not notice you.
A little spider leg waving. That's a good way to get smushed.
He doesn't notice you, and he doesn't seem to rouse. It looks like he's in an uncomfortable sleep.
Alright, I'll head back to the group. Hopefully Nines is back from wandering around. Probably went back and stole those eggs.
I think I would have gone into the kitchen and just stolen more food.
There's plenty to take.
But I will wander back at the same time. Xoria, you find anything 3 doors down?
I don't want to lose my last wild shape. Alright, I'll drop form.
And you tell us what you found.
I tell you what I found.
So,
When the party is like,
went-
just tell us.
I went door 1, 2 people. Door 2, 1 person. Door 3, no people.
or 4,
Otto.
turtle.
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 The shell.
So we're gonna Are we going to have to learn spider charades?
No, I turned back into Xoria.
Yeah, but I'm saying in the future, do we need to learn spider charades?
We should probably learn all forms of animal communication.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
No.
let's back out of that door and formulate a plan.
I don't think we're actually in.
We're not in yet?
We're outside the hall.
That's right. You just went in.
Yeah, I just went in to scout, give us a sense of the land.
This is when we probably need a plan. At least the start of a plan before we end up not following the plan.
There's 2 reinforcement guards immediately to the left when we go in. We could try to neutralize them first, but might alert Coromanth, who could do something bad. Alternatively, we could sneak in, get Coromanth, and maybe block the door so that the reinforcements can't get in to help. Third option, we grab Otto, the fervent tech we need, and just run away. Because we don't actually have to capture Coromanth for our mission.
I do like the idea of not dying up here. And we did come to find Otto and the piece of fervent tech that belongs to...
Alric and Tibok.
Yes.
Bageld and Tibok.
So, shall we attempt? Yes.
We would also be leaving Coromanth with a whole bunch of other fervent tech to do something most likely malicious with those countries that hired him.
It's not like his other guards were very good.
That's true. I personally think I trust Coromanth less than some dumb bandit guards. I think that we should try to get into Coromanth's room and blockade it off while we take him on.
I am concerned that if we go after Coromanth, the guards will come after us, but if they cannot get in, they will harm Otto.
That's true.
Similarly, if we attack the guards, Coromanth may harm Otto.
Well, what if we go in and talk to Coromanth and he'll call the guards in, which would put us at a disadvantaged position, but they would all be in one room?
Let's just blockade Otto in.
I mean,
He's not going anywhere.
we could do that. Maybe.
Perhaps, but if there are 2 guards, they could easily remove any blockade we set up.
Yeah. But, yeah, that's true.
The safest thing for Otto, if we do care about the turtle,
Which we do.
would be to have all of them in one room so that none of them can harm Otto.
It just puts us in the worst position.
It does.
I think you should tell the 2 guards that they need to hurry to the storeroom because all the meat is leaking somehow.
I could do that.
And then we rush in and kill Coromanth. How hard could it be? He's old.
He's not that old, though.
I mean, he's older than me. That's pretty old.
Fair enough.
We are appealing to the 7-year-old range of our audience.
Age is just a number.
Some numbers are
Very
larger than
important
others.
number.
All right. I can try to distract them, but you're going to need to be not visible. You need to hide so they don't see you on their way out.
Well, should we go check on Otto?
If we can sneak all the way... Why don't you... If you 2 can sneak all the way across the hall without alerting anyone and get into Otto's room. Yeah, you can.
Well, this is going to be difficult.
Mm-hmm.
I have yet another idea.
Execute.
Let's do it. Nines. Perhaps you could keep watch on the hall, on the second door. Xoria will go in, attempt to persuade the guards to go after the leaking mead. If that does not work, I will go in and attempt to subdue the guards, but your job is to make sure that Coromanth does not attack Otto. If he comes out of the room, then you will signal us by yelling very loudly, "Help! He is going after Otto," or something to that effect.
Is that our?
That's very subtle.
Is that our alarm phrase?
Yes, that is our secret alarm phrase.
After Otto.
Okay.
The presence of Otto complicates this considerably.
Yes. All right. Well, why don't the two of you, if you can sneak down to that second alcove, so that if the guards come out of the room, they won't be able to see you.
We will make that
And then
effort.
you'll be between everyone and Otto.
What could possibly go wrong?
I don't know. I'm giving Nine's guidance on this one. And I'm staying back in the other room.
Okay.
And I am one of the indoor bandits.
We're attempting to sneak
I
down to
should
the...
probably bardically inspire Ulseth so he doesn't
He
blow our
has
cover.
DM inspiration, so you should inspire yourself.
I can't inspire myself. I'm already perfect.
All right.
I actually can't inspire myself.
No?
No, I don't have anything broken like guidance.
Well, you have my guidance.
Ulseth, I was
Am I being...
good at sneaking.
Am I being inspired? Ah, that is good sneaky music. I feel much inspired in my sneakiness.
I feel like this is impossible.
You know, I think I'm being generous, but you can have DM inspiration too. That was true.
I still have it from the last song I played.
I did
Well,
seven.
then,
I still have
you
DM inspiration.
keep it.
That was my bardic inspiration.
you keep your DM.
I did 17 sneaky.
You make your way down the hall, and
I got 21 sneaky.
both of you remaining, well, you're surprisingly light-footed selves this evening. And you don't step on any creaking boards or loose bits that cause you to slip. Make your way all the way down to the end of the hall with hardly raising a noise.
Okay, so we're down in that other alcove.
You are.
You want to put us there?
Well, we're not really on the map.
You're not really on the map because it's
Oh.
not combat.
I will quietly make my way into that first room where the two bandits were.
But if you want to, let me go make a quick adjustment. And since you are now entering a room with other individuals, I'll bring up the map. Give me a moment to make a short adjustment.
I mean, you guys spent so long painting them.
It was much easier just bopping distracted people one at a time.
I know.
All right.
Now there's too many of them.
Osado.
We'll switch over here. And that's where you find yourselves. The two of you are down at the far end of the hall in the alcove, and Xoria has entered the room with the two bandits.
I'm just peeking my head out.
Okay.
Guys.
They both look. They get up and quietly make their way over to you.
I think breaking into that.
What? Someone's breaking in.
There's a big kerfuffle that looks like it happened down in the basement.
Oh, shit.
I don't want Coromanth.
Okay. Let's go take care of it. Come on.
Alright. I'm gonna go check on the prisoner, make sure he's safe. Here, you guys go back up.
Make a persuasion check.
21.
Yeah, okay. Good idea. We'll go downstairs, check and see what happened. Fuck. This is not what I want to do today. And they both go quickly yet quietly out of the room. You can go ahead and take those 2 pieces off of the map.
Question.
Yeah.
The door to the hallway, does it open in or out?
This one opens in.
All right. Is there a chair anywhere? Like,
Although there isn't one on the map, we don't have a chair piece. Yeah, you can find a chair.
I'm just gonna wedge a chair under that door that they just left out of.
Okay.
To try and keep them from getting back in.
Sure.
All right.
It's not too hard to do.
And then I signal to the others.
I actually don't know what she's saying.
Let's get closer. Maybe she can tell us.
Oh, I understand that part.
What do you want to do?
All right, let's get outside Coromanth's door.
We are outside. Let's go to the outside Coromanth's door.
Do you want me to do any sort of changeling shenanigans, or just go in and beat him up?
Oh, you should definitely transform into his mom wearing leather armor.
Definitely.
Like, his mom's dead, right?
Yeah.
You are all but certain she is dead.
I can make myself like light blue and be like a ghost.
Is this,
Yes. Make it so.
Okay, Charles Dickens.
I will.
Go right ahead.
All right, this is pretty weird, but I'm going to turn into Coromanth's mom, but all light blue.
Mr. Blue.
All right.
Based on the paint.
Yeah, based on the painting. You make a pretty reasonable approximation of Coromanth's mother, or whom you believe to be Coromanth's mother.
This is pretty messed up, you guys.
You are
I hope it works.
you are slightly pallid, I guess. It looks as though you've suffered like severe.
Oh no, I'm making myself like blue. Hair blue. Skin blue.
So, are you going like I'm like.
Blue Man Group.
Yeah, are you going like full Blue Man Group here? Like how blue are we talking?
Like a sort of like a pale sky blue, you know, like
Like aquamarine.
no, like paler, like
Like that
Frost
filter they
Giant
used.
kind of
The
blue.
filter
Yeah.
they used in the Twilight movies.
yeah, I'm like the filter they used in the Twilight movies.
All right, you are the shade of a stock blue filter over camera lens. You're now excellent for shooting moody vampire teenage romance films and automotive features. That's your color.
I don't think this is gonna do anything helpful.
It can't hurt.
Can it? I feel like you might be extra angry about this.
Well, his frail old man. What is he gonna do?
You know what?
Kill us?
You
Let's
know
just
what?
go in.
No, I'm going is
We're committed now.
standard Xoria. He knows I'm a changeling.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going for the first time ever. Just be my normal changeling shape.
Wow. For the first time we've ever had you on the board as your character, you actually look like the figure that represents you.
And I
Wow.
think you two have seen me in my normal changeling shape about
Twice.
10 seconds total.
Yes. Well, this should throw him.
All right, Ulseth, you go first. I don't want to get killed.
I'll go in first. We
Are
are
you
just
gonna
going to.
politely go in, or are you gonna kick the door in?
No, I'm going to politely go in.
Knock.
Oh, okay. We don't want to be mean or anything to Coromanth.
Respectful.
I'm being respectful.
Respectful knocking.
Okay. If you want to, I will knock on the door.
And we'll bring him closer.
From the other side, hear a familiar voice. May I enter? That worked.
I enter.
We all follow.
And
Should I?
Coromanth is, yeah, you can go ahead and reveal that panel. Place Coromanth closer to the window, if you would, and facing away from you all. Thank you. Are you all going inside?
Yes,
All right.
I am.
Great.
Outcome as well.
So, you have entered. You've entered the room with Coromanth.
Okay, I did not expect it to go this easily. What do we do now?
He doesn't
you.
move from the window, nor change the direction of his gaze. He doesn't even pay you mind as
Just
you
push
enter.
him out?
I would have thought the three of you been a bit more of a problem than you actually have been. What happened
You
to
mean
your
to say
fourth
that
companion?
we are
by
more
the
of a
way?
problem than you thought we would be?
You never fail to be exhaustive.
Thank you.
Yes.
Does that mean
What
he has
happened to
the
the-
exhausted condition?
No, he does not.
Perhaps that could be our mercenary group name.
The exhausted.
What happened to the little annoying green one?
The one who stabbed you in the back?
Yes. Him.
He's on another mission.
A special assignment to the royal family.
Let's just say your old home is about to burn down.
So he got arrested, it seems.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. No, wait, no, that wasn't the right word.
Who do you work for, Coromanth?
At this point, he turns to face the three of you. Me? Well, people I work for, a tad more powerful, resourceful. Certainly the three of you.
The Corma Republic? Costeria?
I have many clients. My talents are in high demand. But principally, I work for myself. Simply contracts.
Ah, so do we. We have much in common.
What
Do you have a team name?
You are not entirely incorrect. We're not all that different in our lines of work.
Wait, are you the Saltworthy?
Oh no.
Because that's a dumb name.
For once we find common ground,
What are you doing with the fervent tech?
moving it to highly motivated benefactor.
How motivated?
Coromanth.
Extremely. Now,
Coromanth. Elaine misses you.
he doesn't respond to that. He does seem to have a little twitch.
Madame Grange does as well. Corin.
Again, betrays very little other than a slight movement of his lip. Make the three of you an offer.
Oh, I hope it is more than 3 silver.
Since you've been skulking about these grounds, buying off men, subduing others,
Eating your sausages.
I hope you enjoyed them.
Spilling your mead.
My operations are nearly at an end. I have only a few more things to move, and then I will be gone from this city. Forever. I have kept your portal friend alive. You may take him with you. Walk out the same way. And I will leave with all of my technology, and you will leave unharmed. Nothing more shall befall your friend, the Crestmaker. I could kill you all now. I don't think you're going to get a better offer. So, what shall it be?
We have a contract on some of that tech you've stolen.
That is not part.
Unfortunately, it is ours.
Yes, it is simply 2 items. 2 items that I am sure are not incredibly valuable to you.
Such simplistic ways of perceiving these things.
Sometimes the simple way is the easiest way. Sometimes the simple way is the best way. Sometimes the simple way must be the way we do it now.
Well, will I take that as a no?
Let us tell you at least what the items are. I think that we had a bargain yet to be made.
There is no bargain. There is my offer. You can take your turtle and leave intact, and I shall not bother you again. Or I shall cut you down here, for I am tired of dealing your problematic visages.
While he's tirading, I'm going to whisper a few words into my hand and blow fairy fire over him.
Oh, I thought you were going to charm person.
If I'm not mistaken, that's a
No.
reflex save, is it not?
Yeah, it's dexterity.
Yeah. Dexterity saving throw, excuse me. Playing too much Pathfinder lately. And what
15.
save? Okay. As you do that, he nimbly dodges out of the way, performing a deft backflip into the other corner of the room, if you wouldn't mind moving him over there. And says,
Do that?
No.
I see you've made your choice. Roll for initiative.
Negotiations. We're going nowhere. I rolled an ulseth roll. 4.
So are these now aggressive negotiations?
Yes.
Yes. 20.
I should have bitten
Okay,
him. on
and
that
9s?
side.
9.
How perfect.
Only it was a 9s plus 1.
Ulseth, you are quickest to the jump, and you make the first move. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I move up to him. You who are Coromanth, if you had only added the Tibok orb to your offer, we would probably have accepted it. You have one last chance as I raise Kitiralar.
He doesn't seem to react at all to your offer, simply staring you down.
What's it? 24.
That hits. Go ahead and roll for damage.
10.
Okay.
10 slashing Kitiralar damages.
As you swing down with Kitiralar, you catch him, if just barely, and slice just a little into his clothes, cutting only the outer layer of skin, drawing blood, but not much. Anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
Yes, I raise a Lashalar.
All right.
That does not work. It's a 9.
Okay. That does not hit, so on your swing forward with your offhand, you find nothing but air to grasp at. And that brings up Coromanth's turn. Now, he spins around you. And the movements of him are much quicker than you anticipated. He
It's very fast.
as he deftly and nimbly moves around you, Well, it's almost like a strange sort of dance. And you can't quite predict where he's going to move next. And he lunges out at you with a sword that he has drawn out from his cane.
Oh, he's one of these kind of guys. Sword cane. Probably. Bought it
You're
at
one
a
of the
Ren
coolest
fair.
people on the planet.
That is a natural 20.
Well, that is wonderful.
And that will be
Maybe I'll heal you this turn.
5 damage as he stabs into your shoulder blade. It appears that he's not necessarily trying to incapacitate you immediately, but he makes a quick stab at your shoulder. He then uses his bonus action to disengage from you and move towards the other two.
Do I get an opportunity?
No, not with disengage.
How far
Oh,
is
that's
he going?
right. He's disengaging.
He moves basically to block your way into the room, in between the two of you and kind of those crates, making as much of a wall as he can.
Like that.
Yeah, kind of like that. And at that point, he uses a layer action.
A what?
A layer action. Yeah. He's not messing around.
Wait, just because I tried to kill him in his own house?
He says, I might be a little out of shape. And this house has certainly seen better days. It still has its uses, though. And he stomps his left foot, and it looks like he was trying to hit a specific place in the floor. And as he does so, the floor sort of shakes and crumbles, and now it falls out. And there's open floor there, down to the room below, cutting off some of the passage. Nines, it is now your turn.
Can I use a bonus action to disengage too?
That's a rogue thing.
That's a rogue thing.
Oh. Well, I have disengaged, but I
It's
don't
a-
think I can do anything after that, right?
It's a standard action.
Yeah,
for
everyone can use it,
us non-rogues.
but not as a
Dang
bonus action.
rogues. Well, since he's right there, I am going to pull out my rapier and attack him.
Okay, go ahead, make a swing.
And that's just 11.
As you slash out with your rapier, making a admirable thrust, he nimbly dodges to the left, and avoiding the blow entirely, and just looks at you and goes, "Practice, my boy."
No.
And is there anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
No, I'm too surprised by how he's acting.
All right,
I
Xoria.
probably could just push him out a window.
you are up, and then Ulseth, it returns to you after this.
I am going to try and step around here.
I think there is enough room. He could not fully block that large of a space.
And then I'm going to leave his area of his
Yeah, his
I'll proc an attack of
Hitbox, yeah.
opportunity.
which he will take. And what's your AC?
Well,
That will just barely hit. Just barely. And he doesn't hit you with his sword. He instead hits you with the shaft of the cane, dealing 4 damage to you, bludgeoning, as he smacks you across the side of the face. You had your chance. And is there anything else you'd like to do?
Yes, I would like to take my action.
All right.
I am going to reach out, and since
And
this
touch
is,
someone.
since this is a fairly old house, I'm sure there's all sorts of plants that have taken root in parts of it.
There are many
I'm
plants,
going to
yes.
call out to them in my druidic
Okay.
and will them to entangle Coromanth.
All right.
That is a strength saving throw of 15.
Okay. As the roots kind of start moving in from the woodwork of the floor and down the sides of the walls, creeping towards him at a really quick pace, he sees this coming, and as the first few grab onto his feet, he twists, pulls, and slams his cane stub down, and then repels this.
I thought he'd be bad at strength.
He is. He just rolled quite well.
Dang it. Alright, well then
He does not look particularly buff.
I'm going to take my bonus action and call upon my Balm of the Summer Court to heal Ulseth 4 hit points.
All right.
As you feel a bright summer's breeze wash over you and your wounds.
Thank you.
Anything else you'd like to do?
That's all my action.
And then it returns to Ulseth. It's your turn. With a, 1-story drop in front of you, and some beds and a crate kind of blocking your way otherwise. How would you like to navigate this?
It looks like I can flip between the bed and the crates and the hole in the floor.
There is that possibility. Yeah, I will make you do an athletics check to keep your balance. It's a fairly narrow little strip
what I
there.
want to do is get on the door side of Coromanth.
All right, you should have just enough movement to accomplish that.
Well, 15.
It's a close, tight walk as you wobble and weave, but you manage to make it across that narrow gap well enough.
You want to be like there?
Mm-hmm. And I'm going to attempt to push Coromanth down the hole.
All right, we'll call that a grapple check.
Mm-hmm.
So go ahead and make an attack with your strength bonus. And it will be opposed with one of his abilities.
22. Should I use my bardic inspiration? My
That's up to you.
22 is pretty good.
You have your DM inspiration.
Add that to it. 28.
Nice.
You, in your very quick movements, you come around and give him this.
Sparta kick.
Yeah, basically a Sparta kick here. And you knock him back. And he starts tumbling backwards. But as he's on the tip of the edge there, he manages to regain his balance and move forward. However, you did kick him hard enough where, go ahead and roll a d4 for damage and add your strength.
8.
Okay.
Solid kick.
For a moment, he appears a bit winded, and some air escapes his lungs in a quick burst, just as you knock him back towards that edge. not falling, but taking a solid hit nonetheless. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
I think he made a dex save. Maybe get in range of him. Or that probably used all your movement.
I
to get
can.
there.
No, I have.
Oh. This would be the time.
If there's any time.
Action search.
Action surge. Should I attempt to push him down the hole again, or should I
His
just...
dex is pretty high.
Yeah. Okay, I use my action surge moving forward and use it to attack with both my main hand and offhand.
All right.
So I raise Katiralar and miss.
What was the result?
8.
You do miss.
But I raise Alashalar and get 20.
Although you find nothing but air with your first swing, and Coromanth, you doing his now somewhat predictable deft movements out of the way of the blade, he seems to have failed to account for your offhand as you find purchase in his skin. Go ahead and roll for damage.
5.
All right. Nicking him again, this time across the cheek. He has a little streak of blood and a cut down his right side. Anything else you'd like to do?
Coromanth, this will stain your suit. I suggest that you stop now.
I think he has a gleaming suit.
Oh, that's right. He is gleaming.
If you pay attention, you notice that nothing seems to stain this suit as it touches it, because there is blood. It's not immune to damage, so you have cut it, but nothing is staining it. Anything else you'd like to do?
No.
Okay. That brings up Coromanth's turn then. Coromanth looks at you and the other two and says, "You are all absolutely foolish." And opens his
People
turn
keep saying that.
by taking his bonus action to disengage behind you.
Behind ulseth?
Yep, and moving around you, sliding between your legs, emerging on the other side and backing out of the doorway. Have a nice trip. And he stomps again, using a layer action, and
I thought layer actions had their own initiative.
they do have their own initiative.
But they're like together.
The way that this initiative came together,
Yeah, he's basically in the same turn.
yeah, he and his layer action are on the same turn. And he stamps his foot again. This time the floor trembles, and I need both 9s and Ulseth to make a dexterity saving throw.
Seven.
16.
Okay. The floor opens up underneath you, and Ulseth, you're so caught off guard by this that you try moving towards the edge, but the wood gives way before you have a chance to move. And 9s, you have those sort of feline reflexes, jump back and away.
As I fall.
As a hole opens up underneath Ulseth,
Save Otto!
and he goes tumbling to the floor below. You take 4 damage from the fall. You are now in the first floor, kind of on the edge of the kitchen, and alone in that room. 9s, you're standing in the corner, sort of trapped, blocked by a hole in front of you, but otherwise unharmed. Coromanth simply laughs and goes, foolish amateurs. And he goes out of sight down the hallway.
I want to see if I can jump through the doorway.
All right, so you want to make a leap over there. Mm-hmm. Okay. It is now officially your turn. Coromanth chose to take no more actions, and you can make that. Why don't you roll we'll call it an acrobatics check for this one.
Just to be nice.
I'm picturing this more like like a gymnastics thing or a parkour thing, rather than some sort of leap of strength. I'm trying to judge it based around how the character would attempt this.
Yeah.
I got a 15.
Oh, okay.
You make that leap into the very hard to navigate space, but the claws of your feet just barely manage to hold on, and you wobble for a second and then kind of fall forward, having made that leap. I'm going to say that it takes fully half of your movement this round to accomplish that little bit, but you are on the other side. You now have visibility again on Coromanth further down the hall.
Now that I see Coromanth, I want to cast Tasha's Hideous Laughter at him.
Okay.
Hey, Coromanth! What do you call a turtle chef?
He simply raises an eyebrow at you.
A slow cooker.
Son of a bitch.
You better roll a disadvantage.
Did you just come up with that?
No, I've heard it before.
Okay. I had not. That was a good one. Well done. Is that a 14 wisdom saving throw?
If he doesn't totally
14
crumple
wisdom
for that, I don't know what.
Okay. He raises his eyebrow at you and goes, a solid bit of humor from the cat, but seems otherwise unaffected.
Move
We're
away.
supposed to be on the floor laughing.
There's a nat 20 on his saving throw.
Of course.
Move away from the door so I can try and jump in.
I move forward 2 squares.
Yeah.
And yeah, that will end my turn right now.
Okay. That brings up Xoria. It is your turn.
Being 9, so definitely jump across. I'm going to try and do the same thing.
Oh, great. Everyone's going to leave me alone. I'm
All
going
right,
to die now.
you'll need to move into a position where that's feasible.
Yeah.
And there's...
What I'm going to do is...
I'm going to tell you, from that particular angle, it is going to be really hard to try to get around that door. That would be easier.
I'm just going to go for it. Because I'm
Just trying to make a run and jump?
stuck in here otherwise.
All right. Why don't you make an athletics check on that?
What? Not acrobatics. I'm parkouring across the hall.
I'm just trying to go by the way you described it to me, that you were just going to jump across.
9.
All right. You don't have much of a running start on this one, so you reach the other side, and you haven't gone quite far enough. But you've gone far enough where you've grabbed onto the edge.
Okay.
And you use the rest of your movement to pull yourself out, but that's all the movement you have.
But I'm on the other side.
You are on the other side now,
And I can see Coromanth.
and you can see Coromanth.
I'm just gonna try and entangle him again. Because I feel like strength is gonna be his weakest stat.
All right.
So I call on the the plants to grab around him and hold him down.
Okay.
15 strength save.
This time, you call out to the plants and urge them to come from behind where he is, trying to be a little bit more sneaky with your approach so that he has less time to react. And a root, a thick, gnarly-looking root structure, weaves its way up through the floorboards and wraps itself around Coromanth's ankle, as do several others. Then quickly, he looks momentarily stunned and then just snaps his head up and glares at you with a look of contempt on his face.
He is restrained.
He is. And let me find that status effect. There it is. Do the honors. He is restrained.
So he can't move. Attacks against him have advantage. But he can make a strength check each turn to...
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, that's my turn. And my last spell.
Okay. Ulseth, down below. You're in the initiative
sausage.
track here. However, you're largely
some sausage.
disengaged.
And what?
Get some sauce? Oh,
You're in the initiative track still, obviously, but you're largely disengaged from the combat, being on the floor below. What do you want to do?
I want to head back upstairs. I know the way.
Okay.
I've done that before.
So you're using full action and movement and everything to get that back up there.
I'm moving as far and as fast as I can to get back up there.
You are able to make it all the way into the foyer. Yeah, dashing as quickly as you can. And about halfway up the stairs.
Well, that's
Probably
closer
take you
than I was
another
before.
turn or two.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm kind of piecing together the distance. I'd say you could make it to the top of the stairs in a single round using dash as your action. Mm-hmm. So you're all the way up the stairs and are in that sort of odd office area that you'd seen with all the wood plaques. Okay.
Okay.
Coromanth, looking deeply frustrated, tries to wrench his feet out from these things and fails to pull his legs out. Stuck there. And
that was his action, right?
yeah. That is his action. He has no movement. He failed his strength saving throw.
Yeah.
And he looks at you, says, "Didn't want to do this. But I suppose price must be paid for success. No?" And he takes his cane and slams it down
I cover my eyes.
on the ground.
I'm sick of this blinding stuff.
That's not what he's doing.
Oh, okay. I
And he
still
slams
cover
it
my
down on the
eyes.
ground. And this time, you all hear this rumbling and rattling. And this cloud of dust emerges out from underneath the third doorway in the room that you can't see into at the moment. That's still blocked out. This cloud of dust starts emerging under the doorway. And this rumbling continues for, like, it does... Within this 6-second round, it doesn't stop. There will be some damage, but the clients will be pleased nonetheless. And that will conclude his turn.
By the authority of the Agmar Nodal, you must surrender now.
Why not?
Okay. Nines, it is your turn.
I am going to run at Coromanth here.
Mm-hmm.
Xoria, you should probably get the chair you shoved in there.
Oh, yeah. Shoot.
I was waiting for it.
I'm surprised also it didn't run into 2 guards on his way up.
Not that you would technically know this, but they are down in the cellar dealing with the loss of all the mead and spoiling food, and a guard who's tied up and trying to lap up mead from the soaked stone and dirt floor. It's not a pretty sight.
And I'm going to attack Coromanth with my rapier.
And I believe you get advantage because he's restrained. I think restrained does that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that does.
Yeah.
Yeah, they all have advantage.
And his attacks have disadvantage.
That is correct.
And he has disadvantage on dex saves. So, you know.
And you said with inspiration, DM inspiration, I get to reroll? Or is it just
You
roll
can
advantage?
add a d6.
Alright, that's going to be a total of 16.
As you slash out, he doesn't have a whole lot of room to move, but he does dodge just a little bit out of your way. I'm getting notice. One moment that we're having technical difficulty with these. We'll be right back. Sorry about that, folks. Alright, problem solved. Sorry about that. As I said, your first attack does miss and finds nothing but air to fight against as he uses what little space he can muster to dodge out of the way.
Alright, I'm going to do something I've never done before. I actually do have 2 weapon fighting as a bonus action, and I'm going to attack with my claw since I don't have another weapon equipped.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Well, that one's not going to hit, but... Well, my highest was a 12, so I'm not going to do much.
Swinging first with your blade and then with your claws, you find he's still quite a nimble opponent.
Sit still! I'm trying to kill you!
I prefer not.
Well,
And
you should!
does that end your turn?
Yes, it does.
All right, Xoria, it is your turn.
Question.
Yes.
Can I target a chair with my thorn whip?
I don't see why not.
Okay. And I'm going to go... and I should be just in range to pull out my thorn whip and pull that chair 10 feet towards me. Do I need to make a spell attack against a
You
chair?
don't.
Okay.
You
Good.
pull the chair out, and it clatters into a corner. The door is unblocked.
And since I'm holding concentration on Coromanth, I'm gonna just duck around the corner here so that he can't throw something at me.
All right. Anything else you'd like to do?
That's it for now.
Okay. Ulseth, that brings up your turn. Should I assume that you are
I am
using your
moving.
full round to move?
I am moving as fast and as far as I can to get back to where Coromanth is.
All right. That will bring you down around the hallway and just on the inside of the door, which is now free and clear of a chair.
Outside or inside the door?
Outside. You have it correct. Anything else you have up your sleeve you want to do?
That was your action?
That was my
That was
whole action.
full action and movement. I don't think there's anything else, but I always double check or try to. So that brings up Coromanth. Well,
He attacks with disadvantage.
He does.
this is, I admit, slightly more frustrating than I would enjoy. I
Yeah, I
believe.
wasn't expecting to be in your face either. That's usually Ulseth's job.
Yes.
I usually just hurl insults. I haven't had a chance to do that yet because your jacket looks ugly.
However, I have a tight schedule to meet, and I really must be going.
No, you can stay here.
Coromanth triggers a layer action underneath himself. And he opens a hole in the floor underneath him, and he falls through. This breaking of the floor disrupts the entanglement that's on him as it breaks all the vines and roots that have wrapped around his feet.
I was hoping he would like dangle.
When he lands, he takes a little bit of a hard landing, and you hear sort of a but he looks up at you and says, "Au revoir. I hope we don't meet again." And then dashes out of sight on the lower floor, and they're off towards the dining room. So he's out of that area, and you wouldn't mind placing one of these black squares
Just
in that space.
of 9s.
Just in front of 9s, yes. And that ends his turn and brings it back to 9s.
What am I supposed to do with that, Xoria? You just fell down a hole.
I don't know, he ruined my spell.
That was a good spell, too. There is no way I can climb down in this position, is there?
You could probably use some of the remaining strands of entanglement vines that are still there to lower yourself down. It would take quite a bit of your movement speed to accomplish that feat, and I would ask you to make an athletics check to try to slowly lower yourself down.
Don't Tabaxi have reduced fall damage from from certain heights?
No, we all just have feather fall, so you just think that we have reduced fall.
Oh.
If you want to try to climb down, that's how I would rule it.
I'm just double checking because I think there actually is an ability that specifies
That you can-
a climb check. I just have no idea where it went.
I think.
Cat's claws do give you a climbing speed of 20 feet. So that would give you... I'd say that you could probably... Since you're using a vine, it's a little like hard to rule, but I'd say you could roll the athletics check with advantage. That's how I'm gonna kind of split the difference on this ability in this scenario.
Alright, with that it'll be a dirty 20.
You manage to make your way down these vines and drop to your feet on the floor below, unharmed, no damage, and you find yourself right on the edge, not really on the edge, you're a few feet into the kitchen here. The door is open, and it looks like Coromanth probably ran in through the dining room that you encountered earlier.
Alright, do I have enough room to go through there to see if he's in that room?
I'd say you still have.
Actually, I would have double movement. I have my feline agility still.
You do still have that if you want to use it.
You had activated it already, hadn't you?
Once you.
It resets if I
Yeah,
don't.
I was
move.
just reading the ability, and he can use it again at this point. Since all that it requires to refresh is you can't use it again until you move 0 feet on one of your turns. And I'll say since the last time you did this, like combat had ceased,
Right.
that would count to reset the ability. And that allows you to, I would say your full movement speed, it took you probably 15 feet worth of movement to get down there with your cat's claws abilities, the advantage, trying to give you the benefit on that racial trait that Tabaxi have. You have 45 feet of movement left.
I go towards the dining room.
All right. Do you go through the door? It's open.
I go through the door.
Okay. You're in the dining room. The door on the wall to your east, which went into sort of like a parlor-ish area. It's where you found the guy whittling. That is also open. And you still have like you have about 35 feet of movement left.
I'm gonna run towards that direction.
All right. As you go into that room, you notice that one of the windows on the inside, the wood covering the window is hinged and is now held open. And do you move towards the window?
Yes.
Okay. As you look out the window, you kind of hold the flap up a little bit higher, and you see a cart, a fairly large cart, drawn by 2 horses, speeding away.
He is fast. Well, I give up then.
And there you are.
I guess I
right.
will go back and meet up with.
Was the cart full of stuff?
The cart was definitely full of stuff. I did not mention that, but it was full of things. It's haphazard bunch of stuff, but things.
Are we out of combat?
Oh wait,
now?
how far away was the cart?
At this point, it was probably 100 yards away. These are horses moving at full sprint. Their movement speed is fairly significant. And I think that's gonna bring us to the end of combat. Do you all regroup up on the second floor?
I think so.
As much as we can,
Yes.
given all the holes in the floor.
Do I see this cart taking off out one of the windows, or am I facing?
It's
the
going
wrong
it's going towards Nordfeld, which is not the way these windows
Okay.
are facing. These windows are facing westward, which is away from Nordfeld.
I want to take my time to get around and just look inside the room that had all the fervent tech in it, that had all the dust come out.
Okay. When you look inside that room, you see that the like whole floor has kind of collapsed, but in a strategic way, where the center floor dropped down at an angle, the other 2 dropped in, and it crashed through the side of the building and out into where you can presume a cart was waiting. There's still quite a few things just smashed and cluttered here. It was hardly a neat escape, but you're seeing the engineering elements that Coromanth brings to his plans.
Did it look like there was some fervent tech that didn't make it into this?
Oh
cart?
yeah,
Okay.
there's plenty of fervent tech that did not make it into this cart. Coromanth hardly got away with his full haul. There's quite a bit left. It's a mess. Some is smashed. You don't know if it's damaged, but there's a big old pile of boxes, crates, barrels, and such.
While that's going on, I go into the room where Otto is and untie him and see how he's doing.
You open that door, and Otto takes his first uneasy breath, looks up at you, gives a weak smile, and sighs, and sort of nods, looking relieved.
I pull
And-
out his door chime. Chime for him.
A little tear comes to his eye.
Oh no!
It looks like a happy tear to see it. And that's what we're going to call today's show. We'll pick up next week and start piecing together the remnants of Coromanth's operation out here. This was a fairly long episode. Thanks everyone for sticking with us. I hope you had fun. I hope you all hate Coromanth just a little bit more now. And I love you all. Stay safe. See you next week. Bye-bye.
Bye.